Good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation led by Pastor Arthur Rainey Jr. of Hillwood Missionary Baptist Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Bradley Carter. Please stand.
Let us pray. Most gracious and eternal Father, God, we first of all thank you, O Lord, for this another blessed day. Father God, Lord, we come, God, now seeking your guidance and your wisdom and the touch of your Holy Spirit, God, as these men and women who lead in this great state of Oklahoma in decisions, God, that would hopefully be pleasing in your sight. Father God, Lord, we thank you, O God, Lord, for your grace and for your mercy. And even now, Father God, Lord, we be remiss, Father God, Lord, not to think of those communities in Tennessee and those families. Father God, we lift them up to you even now. And so, God, we pray, God, that you will just continue, God, to touch this council and touch all those who lead in our city. Continue to watch over them, guide them, and keep them. Lord, we ask it all in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We are at item 3, Office of the Mayor, and I do have some presentations, so I will make my way to the front. All right, why don't we have our friends from OKC Beautiful come up, and we'll talk about Litter Blitz. Well, it's a wonderful Oklahoma City tradition. We regretted its loss in 2020, and we've been cleaning up from it ever since. But I think that we're catching up, and it always is. Litter Blitz is a great outlet for me when people write and they say that they think that litter is a problem. I always say, well, you know, you could do something about it more than just write the mayor. We have an opportunity for you, and it's called Litter Blitz, and that is here. To learn a little bit more about it, I asked the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas minimizing litter is an important factor in the aesthetics of our city, ultimately contributing to our city's quality of life and economic potential. And whereas litter reduction by residents reduces the need for government intervention and therefore reduces taxpayer costs. And whereas OKC Beautiful and the City of Oklahoma City are teaming up for Litter Blitz 2023. And whereas Litter Blitz 2023 is an effort to clean up neighborhoods, parks, and streets to help beautify Oklahoma City. And whereas neighborhood, civic, school, and business groups, as well as families and friends, can register their team to pick up litter on a date they choose. And whereas each team will receive a supply kit with free trash bags, gloves, and tips for a safe and successful cleanup. And whereas last year, over 5,000 volunteers participated in the community cleanup events and removed more than 120,000 pounds of trash from our public spaces. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Litter Blitz 2023 in Oklahoma City and urge all citizens to help combat litter in their parks, schools, neighborhoods, and other locations throughout our community.
Thank you. So we are joined by a very excited Mother Earth this morning.
Good morning.
And of course our friends from Oklahoma City Beautiful, and we would got a little bit of detail there, but it might be helpful to know a little bit more practical advice about how to participate in this and anything else you'd like to say. So the floor is yours.
Yes, so if you're looking for a way to get involved in the community, this is a really easy way to do so, a great way to bond with teams, with family. You don't have to have a team of 100 people. If you and a couple of friends want to go out, we'll provide supplies for you, help provide recommendations of where to go. We're very proud of our volunteer efforts last year to clear more than 120,000 pounds of trash, and this is something that everyone can get involved with, so we'd love to team up with you. I'm here as Mother Earth's sidekick, and she's just here to remind you that we need to take care of our planet. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. What website should they
go to www.okcbeautiful.com.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's hear it for Mother Earth and the team at OKC Beautiful. All right. Why don't we have Carrie Thompson come forward, our Teacher of the Month. Well, Carrie, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. We know your kids are probably missing you, but we are grateful for the opportunity to honor you. And we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Carrie Thompson has been named Teacher of the Month for March 2023 by Moore Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Carrie Thompson has been named Teacher of the Year for the 2022-2023 school year by Bryant Elementary School and a top 5 finalist for District Teacher of the Year for the 2022-2023 school year by Moore Public Schools. And whereas Carrie received her Bachelor of Science degree in Education from Mid-America University. And whereas Carrie has taught kindergarten at Bryant Elementary School since 2016, serves on the Bryant Elementary Safe School Committee, and has led students and colleagues in participating in the outdoor classroom. And whereas Carrie is actively involved within the Oklahoma Agriculture in the Classroom program and has shared her experiences and expertise annually through workshop presentations at the Oklahoma Ag in the Classroom State Conference since 2017. And whereas Carrie has been recognized for her efforts at providing a quality education to her students by the award of grants to fund instructional resources and experiences from Lowe's Toolbox for Education, OK Ag in the Classroom, the Moore Public Schools Foundation, and Donors Choose. And whereas Carrie models a life of being a lifelong learner as she routinely evaluates her teaching methods, challenges her ways of thinking, engages in meaningful and collaborative conversations with colleagues, and intentionally seeks out and reflects on the points of view of those from other cultural backgrounds and perspectives. And whereas Carrie believes that her greatest contribution to education centers around her commitment to showing up every day for her students and providing them with unconditional love, providing them with a sense of consistency and stability, and helping to build self-confidence and independence as they learn to show love toward others. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Carrie Thompson on her selection as Teacher of the Month for March 2023 by Moore Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And we are so grateful for your service to our kids. And obviously, our community could not be the same without our teachers. We would love to hear a few words from you. But first, I don't want to forget, this is a resolution. So let's go ahead and pass this if we can get a motion and a second. We have it. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously, as we expected. Well, Carrie, we would love to hear a few words. I warned you, and you said you teach kindergartners, so you can really address any audience. So we'd love to hear a few thoughts.
Good morning. I'm very thankful to be here. I'm just blessed by the opportunity to teach our children. I'm blessed by the opportunity to work with an amazing staff. This morning I have with me Dr. Robert Romines, the superintendent of Moore Public Schools, my principal, Stephanie Gunter, and our assistant principal, Deanne Pence. And really, I am truly just blessed that God gave me the talents to be able to work with these children every day, and that I get to love on them and help them to grow to be better human beings, and really just instill in them the love of learning from the beginning.
Yeah, well, thank you. Let's hear it for Carrie. All right, and finally, we have our Employees of the Month. If we could get them to come forward. We'll switch it up. Join me over here. Better lighting. All right, so I often say we have the best employees in the country. I've been thinking lately that it's sort of objectively true because we have fewer employees per capita than really any other large city, and yet our citizen survey results every year are way above every other large city. So you're doing more with less, and the people of Oklahoma City are noticing. There's a really remarkable story here that you're going to hear in this resolution today for our Employees of the Month, and so I'd ask the clerk to please read.
Whereas Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams have been city employees for 10 months and 21 years, respectively, and work in the line maintenance division of the Utilities Department. And whereas Torvon Arledge is a collection and distribution trainee who recently earned his collection and distribution technician license from DEQ as well as his CDL permit and has become a welcome addition to the line maintenance team. And whereas Tommy Adams is a collection and distribution operator whose experience and easygoing personality make him a respected mentor who is always willing to share his knowledge with his fellow employees. And whereas Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams were flagged down by a resident on the morning of January 12th, alerting them about a woman in her house who was not breathing. And whereas Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams checked her vital signs and could not find a pulse. And whereas Torvon Arledge immediately began chest compressions while Tommy Adams secured the area until emergency crews arrived. And whereas Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams were thanked by the paramedics for their actions and quick thinking and were credited for saving the woman's life. And whereas this council desires to recognize Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Torvon Arledge and Tommy Adams, March 2023, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employees of the Month.
I think this is the very definition of above and beyond, gentlemen. You saved a life that day, and we're so incredibly grateful for the way you represented the city of Oklahoma City. We would love to, I'm sure, pass this resolution, and then we'd love to hear a few words. But let's see first if we could get a motion and a second. Got a motion? I'm sure a second is coming. There we go. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. This is technology. I assure you it's no reflection on their eagerness to vote for your resolution. Passes unanimously. All right. Well, what an amazing story, and we're so grateful for your service. And there was some debate in my office about who is going to speak. It seemed that the other folks from the Utilities Department thought that Tommy was more loquacious. So the floor is yours, Tommy.
Yes, my name's Tommy. We was approached by this lady, and we just jumped into action, run in the house and secured it, and moved furniture out of the way. And Trevon right here started doing CPR. We done CPR until the paramedics arrived about 10, 15 minutes later to keep the heart flowing. And as of today, she's still alive.
That's amazing. Now, how do you know CPR?
So I originally worked at Amazon. They were giving these small partial classes for CPR and learning other things, and I had wanted to sign up for something like that. So I was more interested in, wanting to learn how to do something like that, and it actually, it kind of helped, and around that time, I guess, I'm sorry, I'm crowd shy, but can't get my words out. Basically, the training that I had got, if I wouldn't have got that training from Amazon, that lady wouldn't probably, or if Tommy wouldn't have had the training, the lady wouldn't probably be here today. So
That's amazing. Well, let's hear it for them. Thank you so much. Okay, we still have a few more items on Office of the Mayor. We have appointments to the Building Code Commission, MAPS 3 Citizens Advisory Board, both our council position and citizen positions. MAPS 4 Citizens Advisory Board, I'll remind you these are kind of staggered. This is still the first reappointments from the initial appointments. And then also the Port Authority of the Greater Oklahoma City area. These are items C through G we could take with one motion. This is a new wrinkle. We're hung up on the second. That seems. Okay, there we go. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. On to item 4, items from council. We have item A here. This is a resolution approving the addition of a new program to be funded with coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds for vacant and abandoned properties, et cetera. This allocates $3 million. It's a proposal from Councilwoman Nice, and so I will turn the floor over to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. This is really for us to look at how we can recover some of those vacant and abandoned properties that are within our city, specifically for our property values that are being lowered because of some of these abandoned and vacant buildings. So this is really to help us in the rehabilitation process of said buildings. And there are some guidelines that are with this proposal. But again, one of the things that we know for sure, and I know we can all attest to this in every single ward, is that we face the decline of looking at a lot of these either schools or just buildings in general. And with the increase of some of some nonprofits and some organizations that are looking for infrastructure for them to be housed, this could be a great way for us to help bring light back to some of those areas that have not seen some of that investment in quite some time. So just asking for the consideration of the council as we move forward. This is not specific to my ward, but clearly I know some buildings right now that I can name that can receive the same benefit, and I can probably go down the street and everywhere else and see why this can be beneficial to everyone.
I've got a question. I didn't see what the requirements are in terms of being eligible for the funds.
On the final page.
Yeah, what does it say?
I think you have it in your packet.
Well, it wasn't that clear to me. So can anyone just apply for this money, and is it a loan or a grant?
No, and I've been working closely with Assistant City Manager Aubrey McDermott, and she can help us with some of those full details.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Councilman Greenwell, the national guidance for ARPA requires that this type of eligible activity be limited to people that live within a qualified census tract as defined by HUD, I believe, and that it must serve low-income households and communities, and that's also a HUD definition. So it would be a grant. They would have to qualify with a project inside a qualified census tract, and it would also be limited to certain eligible activities. So those are listed in the attachment to your council item. It's things like rehabilitation of the property, removal and remediation of environmental hazards, demolition of a dilapidated structure, conversion of a building to affordable housing.
And the limit per project is $500,000.
Yes, this is proposing a funding cap of $500,000 per project.
So we could use up the 3 million with just 6 projects?
Correct.
So a person could apply for this money, receive this money, no requirement to repay it, fix up a facility, a building, and then sell it at a gain. You know, let's say they're able to acquire the distressed property for $100,000, put in the city's $500,000, sell it for $600,000 or $700,000, and that's fine?
I believe under this program, the purpose is to promote revitalization. And so I don't think there's anything that would prohibit someone from revitalizing or rehabilitating a
But do you
property.
understand what could happen?
I think that is something that could happen.
Yeah. I'd say no at this point until there's some guidelines that could prevent that from happening.
Do we know where the $3 million is coming from?
Right now, there's a balance left under the city revenue replacement fund. So what this item on the agenda today would do would be to authorize staff to bring back an amendment to the plan to move $3 million from that fund into this program.
So this isn't earmarked for anything else. This is just sitting somewhere.
This is, yes, this is under the city revenue replacement projects, the ones that we've been funding city projects with. So,
Maybe
yes.
provide the big context of
Right,
ARPA.
so it's, we got the 122 million. Do you have a slide?
I
on-
do. I
Can you just show that?
I have that information.
So I'll let Aubrey pull it up. So basically what the council's approved previously is a plan. It was a plan with how we would carry forward the $122 million in ARPA funds that we received. And that's broken out, and it's on this slide right here that shows 78 million was for the city projects, 37 million was negative economic impacts, and I believe the Alliance for Economic Development has managed most of those projects for us, and then public health emergency was 7 million. And so we've allocated to those. In the 78 million that we have on the city projects, we had a list of projects that far exceeded the amount of money that we have available. And we've gone through a prioritization, brought those to council. I don't remember the total number that we've allocated so far.
I have that information right here.
So 74 million
Right.
that we've allocated so far in all of these individual projects. There's about 4 million that's there still. We've been holding back. There were a few things that were happening with some different projects that we wanted to make sure that we could be moving forward with those projects before we brought forward another set of projects to the council. And so this would have to come out of that funding that would be able to go further into the list if we didn't do this. But if we do this, it would just be coming out of that project that currently it's not allocated to a specific project, but the balance that we have out of those city funds.
So basically, there's about 4 million that you haven't specifically allocated.
That's correct.
So Aubrey, I'd be okay if we were going to provide funding, say, for a owner-occupied distressed property, and perhaps set it up initially as a loan, and then should they live there continuously, say for 10 years, the debt's finally forgiven. And what's the income tax consequences to the recipient of this $500,000?
I am not sure
It
about that.
sounds like it's taxable income.
Right.
The intent of this is not strictly for affordable housing, and that's something that we're going to be talking through in the rest of this agenda. This one is basically for properties that we have that are in our communities that are still left abandoned, whether it be places of distress as far as a city building, whether it be a school, whether it be some of those properties. And I'm not opposed to us looking at, as we do with TIF, you know, as far as those regulations are concerned, where you will have to have that property in your possession for so many years, as far as 5-year terms or whatever the case may be, if that is something legal that can be done with these funds. I'm not opposed to that. But I believe and know that as far as our communities are concerned, especially those that are in disinvested areas, they need a push to get some reinvestment. And this is a way and a procedure for us to be able to provide that leverage for folks to be able to do it.
Aubrey,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
If we pass this today, would we be able to add some pieces later regarding some kind of, time limit of holding on to the property? Because my concern about only being owner occupied is that I know I have certain apartment buildings in my ward that constantly show up on the vacant and abandoned list, that dilapidated, et cetera. And it would be great if there was an affordable housing developer, a developer of some kind that would be interested in accessing some of this money to piece together with other funds. But I think having some kind of, to the point of holding on to the property for a certain period of time, I just don't know what that looks like with ARPA funds, because I know there's a ticking clock on those. So I think if there's a possibility of us passing this today so we can get the ball rolling and then adding some of those pieces, I would be really interested in that.
Okay.
Problem with that is if we pass this now, there's no obligation for anything to be added to it later. We need to have that done before we agree upon that.
Well, we don't have to necessarily launch any sort of application until we do that.
But that's what we're doing here, would be already approving that side of it. Then we have no parameters for someone. I think it's judicial to make sure that we have all the parameters put in place before we ever agree.
There have been numerous reports from the Inspector General in terms of the amount of fraud that has already been identified. We're just opening up for additional fraud. And technically, the city of Oklahoma City becomes liable for those funds that are fraudulently used.
Well, I just want to mention, we're about to vote on some other things that can be fraudulent just as much as you say this can be.
Hey.
So I want us to be very careful as far as the things that we're going to consider fraudulent, especially pertaining to these types of projects. But I'm okay with us deferring it to bring more clarity to it. And it's unfortunate because I wanted us to look at it. I know we were ready, but I know we still needed a couple more eyes on it. So I'm not opposed to us to defer and bring it back in a couple of weeks in answering those questions to make sure we have clarity for everyone, and possibly a simple project of even what could the possibilities of what this looks like can become, and as far as for our city to be able to be happy with the process of the outcome of what we're wanting to do. So I will ask that we defer it a couple weeks, and Ms. Aubrey, if we have any council members that would like to meet on that, please, let's make sure we do that so we can see what we can do further.
And I just want to say, as far as next steps, we would have to develop an RFP to go out to solicit proposals for the project. The RFP could have all of those parameters, guidelines, requirements for the use of the funds built into that so that developers know exactly what to expect for holding it for a period of time or anything else that we decide that would be a program requirement. So that would be the next step. And then it's proposed that the planning department would administer this program. They are internally administering the affordable housing program, so they would put together a selection committee, select the applicants, and then deal with the agreement, terms of the agreement, and then those would be brought back to council as well. So there are several more steps that we would have to go through.
Thank you for mentioning that, and I do want to bring clarity to that. That was my ask, that we house this program in-house so we would not have fees to go outside in order for this program to be administrated. So I'm very grateful for our planning department to be able to work through this process should it be approved.
Aubrey?
I guess, Aubrey, a couple of things that come to mind real quick. How long has staff been working on this resolution?
A couple of months, I think. Is that right, Councilwoman?
Okay. And so the thing is that when I looked at it, and the first time I saw it was this weekend, I've never had any of the staff come up and talk to me about this or try to educate me on it. But the couple of things that come to mind is the time sensitivity that's involved, the lack of a definition of rehab and revitalization, the eligibility issues. There's several large questions there. There's also a question as to the selection committee, which is not mentioned in the resolution, and also a program administrator. And so, and finally, the Treasury Department's compliance, the rules for complying with this. And I'd like to see that and understand it before I do anything with this. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, it's just, I don't know enough to make a decision on it.
Okay.
Aubrey. So the questions that I have kind of align with Councilman Stonecipher's, but I love, Nikki, what you're trying to do here, and I'm in support of it in concept. I do have just questions about, what are our limitations with ARPA funds that we might be able to do differently from a different funding source and leaving this in the revenue replacement category, but still be able to do what you're talking about doing. If that there, and maybe you've already looked at that, but we've not had that conversation. So I'd love to meet with you on it as well.
Yeah, the ARPA program for the city funds is really kind of almost all allocated at this point, aside from just a little bit left in that revenue replacement category. So there really isn't any other source of funds to be able to move to this new program other than those revenue replacement projects.
Got it. So just kind of ahead of time, so I love the idea. The recommendation I kind of have going forward in terms of the timeline might be to look at the way we do the, where the city has, where a resident through HUD funding can do like the down payment assistance program for a house, right? I think that's like a 5-year, where they have to own the home for a 5-year period. I don't know, it just kind of seems to me like rather than like reinventing the wheel, kind of borrow from our own structure that we have whenever, for those of you who don't know, right? If you are a resident, you can apply for a down payment assistance program. You can also, I think it's through the CHODO, the Community Housing Development, I don't forget the O.
Organization.
Thank you. Like I have residents in Ward 2 who basically were able to own their first home, but part of the agreement is they have to own that home, be in that home for a 5-year period. So they don't do what Councilman Greenwell is afraid of, where they get city funds to get a home and then they flip it a year later. I feel like maybe since that's a structure already in existence, that might be useful here. And then my second thing, and this is a much bigger picture that city manager and then assistant city manager and the chamber. I have visions of doing more of this. We share Meridian. I can look, Shepherd Mall. Think of all of, not just abandoned properties that are commercial spaces, but think of just like strip malls or abandoned malls with abandoned, sprawling asphalt parking lots with no cars parked in them because we don't do that anymore. No one's doing that. I would love to see this almost like really, let's study, if we pass this, we should study this and really think about how this could be a platform for economic development as we head into the bond in the next couple years. 23rd Street, Pennsylvania, like there's no reason these streets should not just be economic corridors with good, safe pedestrian, bike, and vehicular and public transit access. We have models all across the city, or excuse me, the country where that's there. This almost strikes me as a pilot of getting us thinking about that direction and building off where we've been heading with better streets and maps. And it's a priority for me. I would go that far. That's why I called out the people I just did. I really want to see those sort of economic development corridors. So, thanks.
So while we're talking about this, I just wanted to kind of share some of the concerns I had so that maybe we can get them covered. But when we talk about the eligible activities, right? So we would pay someone to go buy a piece of land and potentially do nothing with it. There's no type of clawback or any other type of requirements there.
They couldn't purchase the property with the funds, but they could secure legal title with the funds. They can remediate, they can demolish, they can convert a property, and they can rehab a property.
It says costs associated with acquiring and securing legal title, right?
Yes, and I think that acquiring means the legal title, not the purchase of the property itself. Oh, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
Acquiring and securing legal title. Maybe, Jared, do you know if that's the difference between a land purchase or a title clearing? Jared Beatty was helping us bring language forward. We pulled the language from the COVID national eligibility requirements, so we just pulled that language in that would apply. So
if
that
someone
is a
said
distinction,
they want to
right?
acquire title to my land, I
Yeah,
would be like,
yeah.
okay, well, here's how much that'll be.
Okay.
It would, to me, it's the same thing, and I'm not an attorney, so thank goodness.
So if that is something that we need to clarify here, I'll let Jared answer that question, but if that's something we need to clarify, that would be ineligible to acquire the property with the funds, but the clear title could be something that could be eligible, we can make that distinction.
I don't know if we need to make that distinction now. But yeah, if you have some kind of clarifying on it, that's fine.
Councilman Stone, we can work on further clarity for you. The list of eligible activities here within the resolution are from the final rule for the state and local fiscal recovery funds. So we've made an effort to be compliant with the federal regulations, and we could further develop these descriptions to provide a little more clarity for the council.
Thank you. Yeah, would you sell me the title to your car for $10? I don't know. That's where I kind of think on that thing. And like breaking it out with the qualified census tract, which I think is a great piece of that. But when we were discussing that earlier, I had some confusion. So do you have to live in that tract, or the property just has to exist in that tract?
The property would be located within a qualified census tract.
But
Or
the
low-income neighborhood.
developer or property owner doesn't have to live in that tract, correct? Do we have a map of that tract? I know I've seen one before, but it's been a while and do we have a map of it?
Yes,
available?
we can get you a map that shows those.
Okay. And then I was also kind of wondering there if we wouldn't want to just break it down by ward to make sure it's evenly distributed, potentially. Just a thought. Then I would be interested in kind of the clawback piece of that, like we do on other projects where, okay, what if they do turn around and flip it? What's that process then? Just to ensure that, we're not getting messed over with on it. What else? Oh, and then we said the demolition or destruction of deconstruction of vacant or abandoned properties paired with the greening or other lot improvements. When I hear greening, I think of someone's going to go out and seed a vacant lot, right? Because it's greening. Do we have a better definition of that, or?
We will look to see, this is, again, language that's pulled from those federal standards, and so we'll look to see if there's a definition of what that means. It does feel like a broad statement, but, just from understanding what that term is from a planning perspective, it's things like taking a gravel parking lot in an abandoned site and putting a community garden on the site or something like that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a follow-up question real quick. Sorry, James. Mr. City Manager, can you tell us what projects we would not be funding if we were to fund this one?
Do you have another slide on Aubrey? I think we have another slide that shows like what the next 4 or 5 projects that are on the list would be.
Yes, so the fund balance for the revenue replacement category is a little over $4 million. And so the next projects, prioritized projects that were in line that could be scaled, you can see that the totals of these is more than the $4 million that's available. But these are also scalable projects, meaning that we're piecing together different funding sources to move forward with these. So if the ARPA funds couldn't be allocated in their entirety, they could be allocated to a lesser amount. So we could go, the first project, or we could try to give each of the next 4 projects some funding. So
we weren't at a place where we were ready to bring projects forward yet. We
Right.
were still holding on some other projects to complete or get further down the line. But if we were to come back, we would come back and do an exercise like what we did before. If we didn't do this project, we would have come back with these as the next projects and identified what would, which project we would recommend at what levels, and just bring a recommendation to the council based upon some scaling of these projects. And so we wouldn't be able to do all four, obviously, but we would try to scale the projects and bring back a recommendation for the council on which ones we'd recommend at what levels.
Thank you.
As you all go back and look at the Treasury guidance on specifically the one that Councilman Stone's talking about, the greening, and then I look at the next one, the conversion of vacant or abandoned properties to affordable housing. I just want to add a little bit of clarity to what I was saying earlier. I don't just mean building housing. I mean mixed use, mixed income developments that are accessible by foot, bike, transit, and car. Like the old main streets of Texarkana and Oklahoma City. That's what I'm after. That's what I've been after for 4 years. It's what Ward 2, the majority of us, not everyone likes that, but the majority of us do. That's what they always ask for, is walkability, transit, and housing, and dealing with homelessness. So for me, I'd like a little bit of, do they say, I know a lot of the conversation nationally is what I'm saying right now, but being able to take abandoned properties and infill and do this sort of to address our housing needs and our economic needs at once, I'd like to know if they're taking us that way.
Sure. And I know that in the previous programs where we've had grant funds and we wanted to put some of those priorities in place for the selection committee to consider applications, is you can say projects that are located within these areas that are proximate to transit would be given higher priority. And that could be something deliberated through the selection process in those ways. That's just one mechanism that you could work in some things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, I believe there was a desire articulated by the author to defer this. Is that still your intention, Councilwoman Nice? So why don't we bring that up for a motion? 2 weeks? Is that correct, Councilwoman Nice, 2 weeks? All right, we have a motion.
Do we think 2 weeks is going to be a long enough time to work through these?
I really don't.
We've been working through it for the last few months, so there are just some tweaks and answers to the questions that have been asked that I believe can be answered within 2 weeks.
I really do think we need more than 2 weeks, just because some people have been looking at this for 6 months. I just started looking at it last Friday night. And
Of all
I've
the
got
things that you
7 to
bring
8
forward?
7 to 8, I'm sorry. I have 7 to 8 major issues, and I didn't go through them in detail, but I want to spend some time with staff and understand this. So I would at least say a month.
I would ask that we do this for the 2 weeks to answer those questions going forward and move from there. And again, the reason is because, as we just stated, all of the things that they have said can be included in the RFP as far as what the fine definitions of what we ask for can be determined through that process. And please correct me if I'm wrong. A couple of weeks, all of the questions that have been answered, it seems as if we've already been looking at this Treasury definition because of all of the other ARPA things that we've had to research. So there shouldn't be that long of a process for us to create a turnaround to respond to other council member questions.
Okay, so the motion is for 2 weeks. It sounds as if the motion maker is sticking with that. And can we take a second verbally? Because we seem hung up. So is there a second to this motion? Was that Councilwoman Peck? Okay, all right. Cast your votes on the motion for a 2-week deferral. passes 7-2. The motion is, the item is deferred for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
On that note, Councilman Stonecipher and Stone, and I know city staff is listening, or council staff is listening right now, can we try and prioritize getting some meetings with you two, with staff over the next 2 weeks so that this list of questions that you all have, we can address so that maybe the vote, maybe shifts and you all feel more comfortable in a couple weeks, but it just seems like being able to, I know we all have busy schedules, but just making sure that we can get you scheduled would be maybe.
So, yeah, for me, I mean, that's the reason I brought up these other questions. And again, I appreciate the intent of this resolution. Yeah, just send me the document and let me go through it. I mean, I think for me, if I have more questions, I'll certainly forward them on. But yeah, the document would be the best thing for me, honestly.
Well, there you go, you two.
Okay, moving on to item 5, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mike Knopf is here this morning with River Sport Foundation and gives a presentation update on River Sport.
Good morning, Mike Knopf, River Sport Foundation. Spring is here. We are getting very busy as we get into our spring racing season, as you can see in that photo. That was from a couple of weeks ago. Go ahead, David. But before we get kind of a review of what's been happening in the last couple of months, I wanted to give you a quick financial update. The left slide is the comparative income statement for the year of 2022. A couple of notes on that. The total revenue is above budget. I will explain a lot of that is due to, or some of that is due to we did receive employee retention tax credit funding, and so that is reflected there. And on the expense side, our expense is higher than budget. That is due to the unbudgeted Super Cup and World Cup that we did take on. Those were the events that were relocated from Russia last August. We did receive sponsorship and contributed support when that was announced, so that kind of offset that expense, but I wanted to highlight that. The slide on the right is from just January, just 1 month, and it does show that we are behind on total revenue. A lot of that is a timing issue with some of our development initiatives, so we're hoping to catch up on that. We did have some additional expenses associated with getting things open and ready for the season. So let's go into the next slide. And that's really to get ready for this, and that is we've had consecutive weekends, very busy weekends of different racing, really more active than we've ever been for the spring, with colleges and high schools coming. This photo here on the top is when OU raced Kansas State and Tulsa a couple weeks ago, and then we had an indoor competition a couple months ago at the Whitewater Center, indoor on the rowing machines, and then you can see we have a veterans league that is depicted in the bottom right. This past weekend, we had over 600 high school athletes rowing on our river as part of a newer event that we have. It's an invitational event. So very busy time with our Oklahoma River. We are working on some upgrades with our camera and sound systems right now to be ready for our big Central Youth U.S. rowing event in May. So go ahead, David. I wanted to update on, we are certainly working in close connection with the pedestrian bridge project that is under design, and just wanted to reference our input on that and how it relates to the race course and the starting line. That photo at the bottom right is a photo of from the collegiate racing that was occurring, and just to put it in perspective, I think we're going to have one of the coolest starting lines. I think we have one of the coolest finish lines in the world. Now we'll have the starting line with the Ocana project, and you can see how it is rated. Now that is now up to 2 levels, but that is a photo right at the start. And the pedestrian bridge will be a great amenity. Obviously, not just to get people across, and I get that question all the time: how do we get across the river? And that'll be one new way. It'd be a really interesting place to watch starts, and walking over there, and also helping stabilize that starting platform. So we also have a curious windbreak now that we haven't had at the starting line that hotel will help us with. So let's go ahead and next slide. This may not mean a lot to you, but it means a lot to us in terms of what it looks like. I mean, because I know most of you probably haven't been into the pump house, but everything that is on that second level, that's all new. I mean, so it's a very significant upgrade that is to help with that filtration process every year, which is a challenge with our Oklahoma wind and red dirt. And we're turning that on this week, so we're pretty excited about what those. We're very optimistic, and it's a really great system, and we will share the results as that comes forward. If you go to the next slide, David. This is in preparation. The Whitewater Center was completely drained all the way down, even into the pits, which are depicted on the right picture. There's 6 very deep pits that are very difficult to get into. Everything was pulled out. I handed to my staff. They just put in a tremendous amount of hours getting ready for this. Power washing that over 8 million gallon pool is a challenge. It is currently filling, and we've never seen it as clear. You can see the bottom of the deepest part of the pool right now. So, and once the filtration and the pumps are turned on, we're anticipating the filtration will keep up with keeping that dust out to keep that clarity. So go ahead and move on. As I mentioned, our spring operations are now open, which means all of those things you see in those photos, including lots of weddings. So that is something that happens all the time, even during our regattas, which is interesting. This past weekend, we were pleased to host the Metro Family Thrive Fest. We had over 1,000 people, families down at the river, enjoying all the activities, partnered with many different nonprofits throughout the community, just emphasizing health and wellness, getting people outside and active, and obviously that's our mission. So that was a great way to really kick off the spring. Let's go ahead and go on. And spring also means our Youth Rowing League is starting, and we have more schools now than we've had in recent memory. I would highlight that Douglas High School now has a rowing team, and we're very excited about that. We've been working on that for some time. They're really enthusiastic, and we'll have all that racing in May. We are also excited to be an Impact Oklahoma finalist for our Youth Rowing League, and so that's, I think, a great representation of the power of that program. Which then, go ahead, David. I want to share that we are really working with Oklahoma City Public Schools. I hosted a gathering of all the athletic directors about a month and a half ago at the Whitewater Center, with the idea that all middle school and high school should have a rowing program, and they're all very interested. Now it's just how do we build that capacity? It just creates so many life-changing opportunities. There's no bench in what we do, and there's more scholarships than just about anything else, college scholarships. So lots of very powerful opportunities. You know, there's a new coach at OU who is an Olympic champion. Her husband is the winningest male rower in the history of the sport, who also now lives in Oklahoma, becoming really a center, for the sport, literally. And so kids all should be exposed to it at least, and that's our focus, and we're excited about where that's going. That photo on the right is actually Del City has started a team as well. Go ahead. River Bowl 2023 is going to be a huge deal. The first one was in 2022. Credit Shantae Alexander there that is really taking the lead with our staff. Of course, Councilwoman Nice has been very helpful and involved in this, and we have, this is all the Black Alumni Coalition, and representing all the historically black high schools in Oklahoma City are involved, and so they came for a gathering and they rowed and raced last August, and then did rowing and dragon boating. It was such a success, you can see their enthusiasm, that this year we're going to have all of those schools and those alumni row with actual students from the schools. And what we're anticipating is this will be likely one of the, if not the largest ever African-American rowing event in the history of the sport in America. So, and that's going to happen in August of this year. We're very excited about that. And just enthusiastic that these folks who participated are now in our leagues. They're all continuing to row. So I think it represents the power that we have with what's going on at the river. Go ahead, Dave. Barquet is now open. It's been a huge success. If you try to go on a Saturday or Sunday, there's a lot of dogs. So they've had over 600 or 700 dogs on a given day. But it's really exciting. It really is complementary to what we're doing down there. And I think once everything is open, you're going to really see the results of that. So we're really pleased, and they're just a great partner. Go ahead. This is just representing our efforts, our new 2023 prospectus, all of our partners that we're engaging for this year, and how we're structuring sponsorships and all for venues, events, and programs. We have a lot going on. As usual, we're real focused this year on our programming this year to really, again, engage all these schools and get community members involved. Go ahead, David. Wrapping up here, Champagne and Oysters is coming up on April 14th. This is a great event that supports our Olympic hopefuls. So we encourage the public to, anyone's invited, and it's really a fun event. So. And then finally, I want to just highlight, we've had some recognition lately. It's kind of surprising. I shared with some of you that we were actually ranked by Men's Journal magazine as the 11th best place to learn to ski or snowboard in America. We're the only non-ski mountain, which is pretty amazing. So that ski slope indoors has been very busy over this winter, and it's pretty unique. And then our canoe kayak program was recognized one of the top in America by Dive In. And then we were one of 50 places recognized as a bicycle-friendly business nationally last year. So that was exciting. So that's really all I have. I wanted to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mike, for that presentation. What are the dates again of the U.S. Youth Championship? Is that May?
Yeah, so we have that's the first weekend in May is the U.S. Rowing Youth Championship, Central Youth Championship. And then we'll follow that a week later. They have the City League Championship. And I would just note that U.S. Rowing's Board of Directors was here 2 weeks ago, and they're very enthusiastic about Oklahoma City and our leadership that we're taking in the sport, and plan to bring many more events here, which is why we're focusing on that race course too. So,
great, thank you.
I know we had some lean years during the pandemic from a financial perspective. How are our financials looking, ticket sales, things of that nature?
Well, we're optimistic for this year. Our sales are picking up for the spring. Last year was a little bit of throughout this industry that we work within, this outdoor recreation, amusement industry, things were down just because of the economy. We saw that even with our partners around, or the different organizations around Oklahoma City. We're optimistic, though, with our programming that those numbers are going to come up this year. We'll wait and see. But the weather is a big part of it too. We had a really cold spring break, so that was a little challenging. But we had a very hot July, if you recall. But last weekend was great. We had a record-breaking weekend, so we're optimistic. Yeah.
It's really an exciting time. So many cool opportunities, and such a great national and international venue now. So thanks for all you're doing, Mike.
Thank you
and the team.
Thank you.
The only other thing I have is on our sales and use tax report. The sales tax for the month of March was up 15%. And this is a change. We'd been running about 10% through the first half of the year. January, February, we fall down to where we're basically flat, maybe a little bit below the previous year. Came back to 15%. I talked to Russell about this, Russell Evans, our economist, and we discussed it. And we've always cautioned of looking at just individual months because there's just can be so many anomalies. So we tried to go back and look at it by quarter. So if you looked at it by quarter, in the first quarter of the fiscal year, we were at 9% growth. Second quarter was 10% growth. This now puts the third quarter at 4.4% growth, which seems to be more normal. I expected to, as it slowed, to drop down gradually, and just drop off the cliff. And so that's really more in line if you look at it by quarter. Still puts us $20 million between sales and use tax over the target, which is fantastic. Really good position to be in. But we'll continue to monitor this as we go forward. We heard Russell at the budget workshop talk about that potential for recession. You know, it's not a certainty, but that potential for things slowing and possibly a recession. So we're still trying to plan our budget in preparation to be able to respond, did we, you know, in the case that we saw that. But right now, situation is still really good, even though we're seeing sales tax numbers slow overall. That's all that I've got.
All right, thank you. All right, that brings us to item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. So is that the thing today? We're going to have to do verbal seconds? Or is that today's quirk? Okay. Got a second? Seems like Councilwoman Peck wants to be our designated. All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 7, request for uncontested continuances. Listed on the agenda, we have item 11B, which will be withdrawn. We have item 11G, which will be deferred to April 11th. Mr. City Manager, anything else?
Yes, starting on page 12, item 11C, we have another zoning item, PUD 1918. We got a request to defer that to the 23rd of May.
Okay.
So I'll go to the 23rd of May. On page 13, item 11J, this is the ordinance on the retired police officers wearing police uniforms after their retirement. And legal has identified a few issues that we've got to work through on that we want to come back with an amendment. So we're going to defer that one to the 11th of April. So it'd be 2-week
11th
deferral.
of April. Would it be possible to defer that for 6 months?
Are you serious?
Yeah. So I've met with the FOP, and I've requested that they work with, and they've agreed that they could do this. I was going to talk about this item today. They're going to work with the retired officers as well as the chief to try and come up with a new retired officer's uniform design. And the hope is that within the 6 months, because there's a 2-year window on the change anyway, so I don't think it would really cause any issues in the meantime. But the hope is that with those 3 organizations trying to work together to come up with something that meets the need of the retired officers, meets the need of the city, that we can have something that works really great there.
So, okay, so just structurally here, procedurally?
Yeah.
This is the place where we get uncontested. You are now contesting his continuance, basically. And so, so basically, I think we'll have to scrap that. Let's do your uncontested continuances. I could then pull up that item if you want to make a motion for a different deferral. But really, your motion, essentially, you're making an uncontested motion that we let go.
And really, this was to
without a
deal
vote.
with a legal issue, a legal matter in it, to bring back an amended version that has that issue addressed, not necessarily going to an alternative uniform or something like that. And one reason, really, we hadn't looked at anything with an alternative uniform is that could happen without the ordinance. That would not have to be within an ordinance. That could happen anyway.
It could. I just think it would help it to possibly happen more efficiently.
So
the one thing I'd say, there's been a lot of discussion the last 2 weeks, and it's all been positive, and there's several different groups working together. And so let's try to make sure we have sufficient time to get this done right.
My preference
One of the things is that legal needs to take a look at this and have some input, and we're meeting this week on that.
Yeah, my preference would not to be go 6 months.
Okay.
And that we could meet with the chief and have some conversation with the chief to see where he is on this as well. If you want to press it a longer period, I understand that, but I think the 6 months, I would just be concerned with that. And again, if we have it on there, we could come back and defer it again.
Right. Other thing I was trying to avoid is deferring every 2 weeks or 6 months.
So Craig, procedurally, you could state a different deferral time at this uncontested stage and see if it's contested.
So what if
by
we put it
anyone.
out 6 weeks and gave us time to work through that? And then if we can't beyond that, then we can come back and.
Refigure it out?
Yeah.
Sure.
Does anyone
I'm good with
object to 6 weeks? Okay, moving on then. That is the stated motion then from the city manager. Is there anything else? I'm sure.
Yes, on page 14, item 11Q1. This is under unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item B, 405 West Hill Street, the owner is secured. Item F, 505 Northwestern Avenue, the owner is secured. Item J, 1240 Southwest 23rd Street, the owner is secured. Item K, 2120 Northwest 23rd Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 1931 Northwest 41st Street, the owner is secured. And item O, 4400 Northwest 50th Street, the owner is secured. And then on page 14, continuing with abandoned buildings under 11R1, all of these will be stricken from the agenda. Item B, 405 West Hill Street. Item E, 1240 Southwest 23rd Street. Item F, 2120 Northwest 23rd Street. Item I, 1931 Northwest 41st Street. And then item J, 4400 Northwest 50th Street. That's all the items that I have.
All right, you heard the city manager's strikes and deferrals as stated. Without objection, that will be the order. All right, moving now to item 8, revocable permits and events. We have item 8A, a revocable permit with National MS Society for the Walk MS Oklahoma City on April 15th. And we have Kristen Flores, who has signed up to speak.
Hello, good morning. I'm the event production manager for the National MS Society, where we are working toward a world free of MS. We have our Walk MS event, Oklahoma City, that will take place on April 15th over at the Wheeler Ferris Wheel Park. This is the second year that we're hosting the event at that location. However, it has been in the Oklahoma City area for over 30 years now. We offer a 1 mile and a 3 mile walk. It's completely accessible and open to the public. There is no charge. And we'll be walking along the South River trails.
Yeah, this sounds like a lovely event. I will move for approval.
Let's have a motion for item 8A. Yahtzee is not a recognized motion in Robert Rules of Order. Okay, so we have a motion. I have nothing now on my screen. We have a motion in a second. I guess cast your votes. No, I don't have anything. Okay, so I would like to vote aye.
Great.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 8B is a revocable permit with the Oklahoma Office of Homeland Security for an operational readiness exercise, October 2nd through the 4th at Prairie Park Lake. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I'll move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 8C is a revocable permit with the Oklahoma City National Memorial Foundation for the 2023 Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, April 29th and 30th. Always one of the most exciting weekends of the year. And we have Lynn Porter here to speak.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon General Manager, and we are coming up on the 23rd anniversary of the Memorial Marathon. It's on April 29th and 30th. We've got some exciting races. We have 3 of them on that Saturday, the 29th, starting at 7, the 5K, at 8, a new senior marathon, and at 9, a kids marathon. And then on Sunday, we have the marathon, half marathon, and relay all starting at 6:30 a.m. All of the proceeds benefit the Memorial and Museum, which does not receive any state or federal funds. So this is our largest fundraiser, and it's a way for us to continue to honor those who were killed, those who survived, and those changed forever, and also to bring people together just like in April 19th, 1995, when all of the community came together as one. It's a way to celebrate hope, resilience, and like Mayor said, it's just a fun way to celebrate. All of the start line is at the Memorial Museum, starts with the 168 moments of silence, and then all of the races will end in Scissortail Park, which is great. There'll be the 5K running around Lower Scissortail Park this year. So again, a way to bring the whole community together.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Hammond.
Well, we will cross our fingers for good weather. I know it's
Yes.
April, you just never know in Oklahoma, so I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we'll
it.
see you then. 8D is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Art Space at Untitled to hold the Steamroller Print Festival on April 22nd on Northeast 3rd. We do have someone who's available for questions, but only if there are questions. Council members Hammond and Nice.
I don't believe we have any questions, but I will say if you have not been to a steamroller event, I promise you, you have to see it in order to believe what you are seeing. So with that, I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 8E is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Redbud Foundation, Inc. to hold the Redbud Classic, April 15th and the 16th. And we have Kristen Hersom here to speak.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the race director for the Redbud Classic this year. It is our 40th anniversary of fun, fitness, and philanthropy in Oklahoma City and Nichols Hills. On Saturday the 15th, we will have our bike portion, 10, 30, and 50 mile that will start at the Waterford and go out to Jones and back. We also have our kids fun run and wolf walk. And then on Sunday, we have our 5K, 10K, and 2 mile walk and baby stroller derby.
We've got, this affects wards 2 and 7. Feel free to jump in.
Congratulations on 40 years. And with that, I would just move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 8F, revocable right-of-way use permit with the Southwest 29th District Association, Inc. to hold Dia del Niño in La 29, Children's Day on 29th Street, April 23rd on Southwest 29th. And we have, well, it's Elizabeth Larios, yes. Can't read your handwriting, but I know who you are.
Have the best handwriting. Good morning, Council. My name is Elizabeth Larios. I am with the Southwest 29th Street Board. This will be our 10th annual Dia del Niño Festival. In Mexico, Dia del Niño is celebrated on the end of April every year. Dia del Niño is translated to the Day of the Children, and every year parents and schools get together to celebrate the child. And so we're going to bring that tradition over to we bring that tradition to Southwest 29th Street, and we close down the street, and we get to celebrate our kids. And so we're going to close it down from Chartel to Ollie and have booths and candy and a stage with music and dancing, and just have one big fun party to celebrate our kids. And this is going to be on Sunday the 23rd.
All right, Councilwoman Hammond.
Yeah, I can attest. It is a very fun event, and we'll also hope for great weather, and I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we will recess council, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. We do have a presentation on item A. This is the MAPS 4 Homelessness Program Operating Agreement with the City of OKC and the Oklahoma City Housing Authority to provide construction, development, rehabilitation, and management of affordable housing projects with a focus on households at risk of or currently experiencing homelessness. And Mr. City Manager.
So Jason Cotton with ADG is here to give us a presentation. Part of it will just be kind of an update from what we had at the last meeting, but and an amendment that we've made in the operator agreement. I've asked him to go ahead and do a presentation with the Housing Authority today to go ahead in this item with PPA. On the PPA, we only have the item on for the operator agreement. So there's two pieces to this on the agenda today. One is the joint resolution between the PPA and with the PPA of the city and with the Housing Authority for the operator agreement to operate the program. The other portion is the first allocation. So if you remember in the implementation plan, I think it's planned for 5 allocations. That we'd have 5 separate allocations that would be allotted over about every 2 years through the program. And so I've just asked them to go ahead and present on both the items. Two of the items will appear again on the consent docket. I just asked them to do all the presentation here right now. That way on the consent docket, we would have already covered this. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with Jason and let him give us just the overview and talk about the amendments that have been made.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, council members. Thank you for your time this morning. So as the city manager explained, we're bringing back an amended agreement this morning. And so we covered a lot of information last time that we brought this forward, and so I'm not going to go back and go back through all the information we presented previously. I'm really just going to talk to you a little bit about the work that has been done since we last visited with council on February 14th. So obviously, after the council meeting, we got a lot of comments in the middle of February. Soon after the council meeting, we sat down with the Housing Authority, city staff, and started really kind of taking an inventory of all of the input that we received, and started to talk about how the agreement would need to be modified and brought back forward for council's consideration. So really mid-February, we spent a lot of time with the Housing Authority doing that. There was a series of council briefings that occurred around the third and fourth week of February. I think most, if not all of you, spent some time with us and the Housing Authority talking about the operating agreement and how the Housing Authority intended to move forward. And so got a lot of really good input, a lot of good conversation, I think, as a part of those briefings. And then really the first part of March, first 2 or 3 weeks of March, we really spent focusing in on the agreement itself. And so that's what really the last 6 weeks or so have looked like since the last time that we brought this forward for consideration. So one of the things that came out of those initial conversations with the Housing Authority, as you might imagine, a lot of our conversation really focused on these themes of, transparency, accountability, reporting. And really what we started from was really this kind of laundry list of all of the things that were really pertinent to this agreement and this project. So as we started to kind of organize our thoughts around that list, it really started to occur to us that really before we could talk about how the agreement itself needed to be modified, we really first needed to look at existing requirements that the Housing Authority as a public housing agency was subject to, because certainly we don't want to add things to an agreement that are already codified by federal regulations and things like that. There were also several things, I think, in this list that we started from, which were really commitments by the Oklahoma City Housing Authority in terms of how they intend to operate moving forward, maybe not necessarily pertinent to the actual operating agreement. And so we really started to try to filter everything that we started with through these two lenses before we could get down to the things that we felt like belonged in the amended agreement. And so that's really the approach that we took on this. So I'm not going to read all of these word for word, but just to give you kind of an idea of some of the existing requirements, the things that we looked at. As I mentioned, the Housing Authority is a public housing agency according to federal regulations, and so you can see here a list of several existing requirements that are associated with that. They're required to submit an annual plan to to HUD, for instance, each year. Also, as a public housing agency, they're required to also work with a resident advisory board on their properties, and so that resident advisory board provides recommendations that must be considered in preparation of the Housing Authority's annual plan. There's a lot of financial reporting requirements that are required as a public housing agency by federal regulation. All of their board meetings are public. I think probably most everyone here knows that already, but obviously those public meetings are governed by the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. There are also a lot of requirements, federal requirements related to relocation of residents, and so you can see a lot of those listed there. I'm sure the Housing Authority can go into that in detail if you have more questions on that specifically. So think of this list again as things that do not necessarily need to be repeated in the operating agreement between the Housing Authority and the City of Oklahoma City, because they are existing regulations by the federal government on the Oklahoma City Housing Authority as a public housing agency. So as I mentioned, also in this list that we started from, a lot of other commitments, I think, came from the Housing Authority. One of the things, that may not occur to a lot of people, but the Oklahoma City Housing Authority is really in the process of going through a transition from really this traditional public housing agency to an affordable housing provider. And so they've engaged with a national consultant to really help them with that transition. And so that was a commitment that they communicated to us as we started to sit down and look at the agreement. They mentioned the involvement of a public relations firm, again, trying to help them with communicating publicly. Obviously public transparency with the public is very important, helping them with strategic plan, development of websites, social media, all of those sorts of things. And so that was a commitment that they communicated to us last month when we were looking at the revised agreement. They also have made this commitment to engage with a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. And so I'm sure the Housing Authority, again, if you have questions about that specifically, could speak a little bit more to that. But again, this is a commitment by the Housing Authority, not something that has been written into the agreement, but it's a commitment that they've made to the city. And so really, after getting through those two lists of topics, really we got down to the brass tacks of how the agreement itself would need to be modified and brought back forward for council's consideration. And so really we've organized those amendments into really four primary areas. We talked a lot about a resident survey. And so you'll see in the agreement now, if you're to look at it, it's under section 9.1.d. This idea of an annual resident survey be completed by an independent third party. And the results of that survey would be presented to the city on an annual basis. If there are things that are uncovered as a part of that survey, the agreement requires that they provide some type of action plan to the city on how, if and how things, how to address things that are uncovered as a result of the action plan. There's also some requirement, I believe, in the agreement so that as they come forward for future allocations, the city manager mentioned there's 5 total allocations, that before those additional allocation plans are approved, that the update on any items in the action plan that are pertinent would be reviewed with the city. There's been language added to the agreement regarding an electronic comment system, and so this would be web-based. The idea being that residents would have a way to anonymously submit comments to the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority would have the ability to track those comments and really evaluate things that they need to address as the Housing Authority. There has been language added to the agreement related to resident relocation plans. It requires that a plan be submitted to the city at the start of construction, prior to the start of construction on any MAPS 4 funded projects. This is something that's actually required by HUD, but it would be something that they would provide to the city for your consideration. You can see there's some language that has been added regarding giving residents preference on residents which are relocated as a result of renovation of existing properties, giving them a preference on whether or not they want to come back to those properties after the renovations are complete. And then lastly, you can see there is a really long list of additional annual reporting. A lot of this is deliverables really that the Housing Authority is already providing to other agencies, but we've included some language in the agreement which would really require them to submit that to the city on an annual basis, and so the city would have access to that information. And so this is really the agreements that we've proposed in this revised amendment. As the city manager indicated, the Housing Authority is going to step up here in just a second. Cassie Malone is here with me this morning to talk a little bit about the first allocation plan. But before we do that, I want to make sure if there's any specific questions of me or staff regarding the amended agreement.
Yes, one question. It's towards the end in terms of reporting requirements. I'm sure you're already submitting an A133 audit report, aren't you? So this financial audit, what additional information will be provided? I mean, I understand the distinction between those two. I don't see the need to incur those costs because that A133 audit's pretty in-depth. So I'm just pointing that out.
So you're saying that for us, just to require the like
financial
they
audit
provide
on top of it.
the A133,
Yeah.
what they're doing for the A133, and not add in the language on the additional financial.
Yeah, I don't see any benefit from it, actually.
Yeah, I think it's just, you submit the A133, there is an audit if there's not an A133.
Yeah, we can make that clarification.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to save some money.
Okay.
And I hate to take money away from accountants out there, but when there's no need to, because that A133 is very intense.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
I think that's a good comment. You know, as I said, a lot of these things are required of the Housing Authority as a public housing agency, and so we were just trying to include as much language as we could to give access to the city if in fact the city felt like it needed that information. So,
Thank you.
So to move forward, then we want to make sure we make an amendment, that we'd move to make an amendment in the agreement before we approve.
For the survey, the annual independent third-party survey, for this year, is there a date at which that is sort of like, here's when we'll start that and are committed to that in the agreement? Or is that more just, we're going to start that ball rolling once if this is approved?
Aubrey McDermott, Assistant City Manager, has been taking the lead on that, and we've made contacts, and there's a lot of progress there, so I'll let him give us an update.
Sure, yeah, we've reached out to survey companies, we've received bids back, so we know which company that we would be proceeding with an agreement with, so we can expedite that process. They've given us a 3 to 4 month timeline for developing the survey questions, administering and collecting, and then the analysis would take place of the data that comes in.
Just a question of point of clarification. So we talked about the requirements for a public housing authority. Then we talked about the housing authority transitioning from a public housing authority to a affordable housing provider. Those requirements of a public housing authority that you referenced on the first slide, do those stay intact through that transition to the affordable housing provider status?
yeah, I believe the housing authority would still be defined as a public housing agency according to federal regulation. It's just they're moving to this model where they're providing other housing types that they've not done previously. So,
Okay. My point being, I just want to make sure that all of those things remain intact through the process.
yes, ma'am. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Okay, so no other comments or questions on that part of it. Is there more to the presentation?
Yes, I just ask that we go ahead, because the actual first allocation doesn't appear on the PPA agenda, but I thought as we're dealing with these issues, we might as well go ahead, because they're related to one another, and the two will appear on the consent docket. I just asked them to go ahead and do the presentation on the plans for the first allocation of funds.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Malone. I'm with the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. I apologize for my voice. Spring is not agreeing with me. Do we have the slide? Okay. So this slide represents our first proposal for allocation. It's our request. Should the operating agreement be approved. In our proposal, OCHA established a 10-year plus vision for housing production in regards to MAPS. So this is just the representation of that first allocation request. The ordering of these projects does not represent a timeline or priority in their listing. So the first one I'll highlight is Oak Grove Apartments. Oak Grove is an existing public housing development. It was built in the late 1960s. It has 288 units. It's located at South Grand Boulevard and Southwest 15th Street, right across from the Dell campus. It's one of the largest affordable family properties in the city. It serves over 1,000 residents, a majority of those residents being under 18 years of age. It has not had a substantial renovation in over 52 years since it was constructed. So by combining the MAPS funds, low-income housing tax credits, and other sources, we plan to substantially renovate the property. This will not only upgrade the units and include other necessary infrastructure repairs, but it will also include improvements to the community center, play areas, sports fields, a new education center, and the construction of a new Head Start daycare facility. This renovation will be the first phase of a neighborhood scale redevelopment. Phase 2 will include renovation of 50 public housing units directly to the south, as well as the construction of approximately 100 new affordable units. The next one is Creston Park. It's a large-scale redevelopment of public housing on the city's northeast side. It will replace 159 units of public housing with approximately 550 new units. It is on 30 acres. It will be done in 3 phases, and it will serve families who make 80% or below of area median income. Phase 1 is slated to begin this summer. Once Phase 1 is underway, we will secure financing for Phase 2 with the goal to begin construction in 2024. The leveraged funding for this project will include low-income housing tax credits, tax-exempt bonds, additional affordable housing grants, and the inclusion of MAPS funds for Phase 2. Phase 2 is approximately 260 units. Also included in this first allocation are 2 permanent supportive housing projects. The locations and project specifics have not yet been identified, but once the MAPS funds are committed, we will begin identifying those sites. We will get additional funding, and then we will be able to secure those properties. The project priorities for these acquisitions include rehab of existing properties, but new construction is also considered. These properties will utilize housing first strategies and include on-site service coordination and serve as permanent long-term housing for residents experiencing homelessness. Additionally included in the first allocation is a rolling pre-development fund. This will be used throughout the entirety of the MAPS 4 homelessness program. It will provide a source of funds for property investigation, architecture, and engineering work, and other pre-development costs for development projects. Once the projects close, that money will be reallocated for the next project. And then on the 5th allocation, that fund will be rolled into the final housing production of units. Additionally, the first allocation includes about a 5% operator administration fee so that we can hire support staff to assist with the MAPS program, including staff for development, project management, construction management, and resident engagement. It really allows us to scale up and do this quickly. We are excited and honored to be considered for the role of operator. MAPS 4 is going to significantly transform Oklahoma City's approach to reducing homelessness and creating a network of infrastructure for our city and affordable housing. We have a lot of work to do. We look forward to working with our partners in order to meet our goals and objectives and to continue to improve the lives of thousands of Oklahomans who call OJA home. So, thank you.
And that's all that we have on the presentation.
Okay. Well, we have some residents who signed up to speak, so maybe we'll handle that now. Lily Swope. And if speakers might state their name, their address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
Good morning. My name is Lily Swope, and I live at 725 Northeast 79th Place, my husband and I. That is an Oklahoma City Housing Authority property, and it has been managed the entire time. We have lived there for 40 years. We moved there in 1983, and the reason we came to be there was my husband was working full-time, but it was not enough to cover sustainably, at any rate, our family. And at that time, we had a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 6-week-old. And then 18 months later, after we'd moved into the housing authority, we had a 4th child. Having said that, the thing that the housing authority gave us was an opportunity to be in a place, a stable place, a safe place, And if you've got a child at 6 weeks, you want a very stable place, especially if you've got other ones as well. And so that's exactly what happened. We have a motto at Housing Authority, safe, sanitary, and affordable. And the sanitary, when we walked into the house, the first thing is that all the walls, the floors, every ceiling, everything is white, everything is clean, everything is in order, everything is put in place. And if you have a 6-week-old and other children, that is vital and very grateful. I'm very grateful. I'm very thankful. We have enjoyed our stay there. Our girls all grew up, and they eventually moved out at that time. I think it was in 2005 when they started leaving. And at that point, I was asked to be a resident commissioner. And so I did that. I am very happy to be a resident commissioner because I know what it is like to be a person who needs to have some help and be able to move forward with that help. And
30 seconds remaining.
the thing that I appreciate about this job is it's like when you have been helped by people who are very kind and compassionate and reasonable, it's very good to be in a place to be able to also serve those other people coming in and to greet them and help them and be able to watch for things that might be difficult for them. And to me, it's an honor. The thing that the Housing Authority gave to us was a home. We had to do with that. Now, whatever we do with that is what we do with that, whatever each resident does. But it was really good for us. And my 4 girls are our 4 girls.
Ms. Slope, we're over time. Is there a concluding statement?
Yes, there is. The oldest one is a pediatric PA. The next one is a senior staffing person in Dallas in an employment agency. Another one works in the Oklahoma school systems in the kitchens as a manager. And the 4th one has recently bought a house within the last 2 months, and she works at Amazon as a supervisor. And I'm just saying that is a great help to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. James Hudson?
I'd like to say good morning to each of you all, and thanks for coming out to hear what I can't see. Maybe I can get to it. Okay, and thanks again. My name is James Hudson. I live at 1147 Southeast 19th Street. That's in Oklahoma City, in the metro area. I'm a president of the Oklahoma City Housing Authority Residential Council Advisory Board. And the resident council meeting is a group of residents who meet 3 times a year to discuss the challenges of our resident. In a group of, to discuss the improvements we think could be made or ways to make process of easier to face our neighbors. If we make a recommendation, the Housing Authority hear us, they listen, they answer our questions. They take the job, I take the job of representing this neighborhood series. I've been resident council less than a year, about 8 months. But I've lived in housing for 30 years. That's my story, the time I put there. And in that time, I came to Oklahoma from Georgia out here. But in that time, it was Oak Grove. And I came with my family. And I was with them. Things didn't just work out so well. But through that, I had to readjust. I had to go to the Grace Mission. And from there, I went to housing. I was accepted in housing. Well, housing was a place that gave me a home. that gave me an opportunity to readjust. Because I had a career, I had life, I've been in college, did all of that, but wasn't what's helping me because through injuries I was disabled and still feel that today. But I've been there, started out in apartments, and through that I got jobs working with housing. Started out with the YMCA. We worked with the kids, but I played professional sports, so I know that. I understood that. And started with the Y. The Y did their program. Community Action came in, did a program with the Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts. So for me, I had that understanding, but it was an opportunity that came through housing.
30 seconds
and that's
remaining.
what I took advantage of. We all want to receive, but sometimes we have to give. And that was an opportunity for me to give to reestablish myself. And today, that is what I'm doing, pretty much. Just taking advantage of having a home, an opportunity to be in a place and helping in that community. Doing, as the lady with the flowers, literacy, whatever, being a part of that, you know, trying to teach people to clean in the area. So, and that was the part for me. That's what they had done for me. But with that, I was able to help others. And that's my gratefulness and thankfulness for housing. And I want to say in the ending, Oklahoma City Housing Authority is a big part of why I have such a good life. I'm here, and I'm able to even speak to you all about it. So it is a good life for me. And that's true for a lot of people in OKC, just like me, and I'm thankful for that. And for you guys, for the city. I look across the city, it's a lot of stuff going on, and it's for people to kind of come out themselves and seek and understand and see the betterment that it can bring. But I want to thank you all, and hopefully everything goes well. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Washington?
Did someone call my name? Michael Washington, 100 with a Park Place on it. Unlike the people who spoke before me, we're going to talk about this housing authority that believes that dear God's going to do it. And son, I'm here, God being today. Thank you so much. Thievery, favoritism, disrespect to the residents, pocketing rents of various sorts, mold, mildew, bed bugs, stench permeating through the air. And we're going to ask these people to continue to do these things in disregard of the safety and health of its citizens? Are we really serious? Now then, you speak about, I'm told here, let me read just a little bit while I have time to do so. Again, I usually get revved up just moments before I get loose. Maps for Homelessness Program Operating Agreement with the City of Oklahoma City and Oklahoma City Housing Authority to provide construction development, rehabilitation, and management of affordable housing projects with the focus on households at risk. Now, I thought we were talking about the homeless enough. See, Michael reads real good here. Now we got to focus on households at risk or currently experiencing homelessness. Now, come on, y'all. What we hiding here? What's the real McCoy here? Sir, explain that to me. Again, I got a pretty good comprehensive understanding here. Now, you talked about homelessness programs for people that don't have housing, a place to live. Now we want to talk about, look at all the money being spent on people who have a house, a place, apartment, wherever they live. But now suddenly we're going to focus on them too now and put more money in an area. That's not what this is supposed to be about. Sounds like to me somebody's going to pocket that money in their own personal stead. That's what it sounds like to me. Now then, we want to buy properties now. Guess what? With a main focus on the northeast side of Oklahoma City, right? That's part of what we call gentrification, sir. We already know the big plans, the media circus and things that's going on in that regard. You constantly want to come over there, take the housing from the people that live there, put them in apartment buildings so you can have that property to develop what you talking about developing. You're talking about someone who knows the difference. Now then, try to
30 seconds remaining.
Take that run that with me. That's why you want to put the housing over there so you can take the people housing from them like you did down on 6th Street. 6'9". So you got one of us there jingle and jangle with it. Now then, simply because my time is limited, I will yield the floor back to the people who after me. Let me say one thing about it. Hasta la vista, baby, because Michael Watts is going to always represent to the fullest degree by any means necessary. Malcolm C. Bless y'all. Thank y'all, everyone, for listening to me.
Sorry, Joy Reardon.
It didn't get me. Static electricity. Gotta love it. I don't quite understand what Mr. Washington was preaching about, which he preaches almost every council meeting. But as far as the housing goes, it's laughable if it wasn't so stupid. The fact that they want to operate a program that and have access to all this money when they can't get their house in order. They can't. I had a meeting with both the director and the CEO. Both are in the gallery today. They made 2 promises to me and still haven't fulfilled the second promise. First was done. Second problem we got with people coming into the building. I gave them a solution. Still no done with the problem. It's great that we got the board directors and all that they're going to have a meeting tomorrow, but yet I had to go into OKC.gov to get the notification that they're having a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. If that's not part of the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act, nobody in the buildings or any of the properties know that they're actually having a meeting. So how are they doing the Open Meeting Act if nobody knows that they're having a meeting? My understanding with what OTA is going through, and they got sued for it, was the fact that there was nothing out there. It'd be nice if we got some kind of notice in the buildings that they were having a meeting, so some of the residents could go to it. Can anybody answer that? I'd be glad to hear from housing on that and a bunch of other stuff that I have time and time and time again, and I know that half the people on the city council horseshoe is going to vote that they're the operator.
30 seconds remaining.
When is it going to take? I'm not against the MAP 4 homeless project. I'm against the operators. It's great that the gentleman's been on resident council, 8 months? I was on it for 5 years. And a lot of the stuff he'll never understand. And the young lady back there that was in housing, and then she become on the board of directors or whatever she is, that's great. That's wonderful. But there's a lot of, unless they can get their house in order, I will keep coming and speaking against it.
Okay, Joe, we're a bit over time.
Yeah.
Is there a concluding statement?
Yeah, I'll be back for the other 2.
All right, Dan Strawn.
You cannot silence me, but Western Red Cedar can. I apologize for my voice. make this mercifully brief because it's got to be as painful to listen to as it is to use. My name's Dan Strawn. I operate a business at 1724 Northwest 4th Street. We're a partner with the Housing Authority on the MAPS 4 project. I understand the concerns that have been voiced on the Horseshoe in the past. I really believe that the work we have done over the last month and a half to restructure the operator agreement has addressed those issues. And I just would ask the council to please let us get started. Every delay is one more week, one more month, one more year that we're not addressing homelessness in the way we should. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Terry White?
Hi, I'm Terry White, and I'm the CEO of Mental Health Association Oklahoma. Our headquarters are at 400 North Walker, but you can often find many of our staff actually on the streets of Oklahoma City. Our work exists at the intersection of homelessness and mental illness, or at Lottie House, the only peer-run drop-in center in Oklahoma City that's located at 13th and Northeast 13th and Lottie. And I'm here in support of the operator agreement as well as the project specifically that it's going to fund. Mental Health Association Oklahoma, along with our partners at Pivot and the Homeless Alliance, and as well as the Housing Authority, have seen a huge opportunity through the foresight of MAPS 4 to provide actual housing, which is the solution to homelessness for people who are living on the street right now. And specifically, Mental Health Association Oklahoma is here in support of the permanent supported housing piece of this. We will take those dollars and pair them with other funding sources to be able to pull more people off the streets, and this will be a landmark opportunity for the city of Oklahoma City to really move forward on this issue. We stand ready to answer any questions about accountability and about transparency, but specifically for those of you that were able to attend the ribbon cutting that we were able to, where the mayor and Councilman Cooper were able to speak along with me at Taylor Ridge just a few weeks ago, those are the type of projects that Mental Health Association Oklahoma will be bringing to the table if we're awarded a project through these funds. So we are very anxious to get started. There are people who are going to be sleeping on the streets tonight that we want a chance to house, and we're ready to move forward with these very necessary funds. Thank you very much.
Commissioner White, may I ask a question?
I'm sorry, did you say?
Councilman Greenwell has a...
Yeah,
Talking to me.
sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Just a second, Michael.
So, Mrs. Swope gave a beautiful story. Mrs. Swope
Yes,
spoke a few
yes.
minutes ago, gave a
She did.
beautiful story in terms of how this type of project helped her family. I love personally hearing those kinds of stories. But we've heard reports that sometimes, if we could restrict the residents to those who want to be there and want to live there and are taking care of the property, that's great. But are we proposing to mix people who may not want to be there, who may have problems that create a difficult environment for the other people to live there?
So I'm going to talk to you about the piece that's the permanent supported housing, because that's where our work exists.
Okay.
Some of your question relates to public housing, which is not us, and I don't feel like I'm the right person to answer that. So for the permanent supported housing piece, Mental Health Association Oklahoma currently is the largest end recipient of HUD dollars in the state of Oklahoma. We operate over 1,500 housing units in primarily Tulsa and Oklahoma City. And the way that we receive people into our housing, the majority of folks who are coming into permanent supported housing are coming off of what's called the by name wait list through the continuum of care that's operated. And that is required by HUD. So everyone who's on there has been evaluated, and we are required to take the next person in line. That's how permanent supported housing works.
Yeah.
I think what you might be asking about is the public housing piece, which is not under our purview, and I feel like I could try to answer it, but I'm afraid I wouldn't do justice.
Okay, but do you understand my question, possibly I could say my concern, in terms of yeah, let's provide as much public support in terms of housing for people who want to be there, who want to live, in a non-disruptive manner, let's say. But to place those who may not want to be there and who don't mind being disruptive, I think creates a problem, and that's just what I'm trying to figure out. Can we solve that problem?
For us, I'm not going to say that we don't ever have problems in our housing, because that's not the case, but the folks who are in our housing, permanent supported housing, they've been waiting months and sometimes years to get into housing. So I don't have that experience to speak to, but I think that someone else may be able to speak to what you're speaking to. That's not.
So I would ask,
Thank
can you speak to the mixed income model that you all operate to the point that not all people in association housing, or I know for some other developers who do affordable housing this way, where a portion of the property is dedicated to that permanent supportive and other units are dedicated to
Yep, so
the
one of the
broader
ways that we
community.
do at many of our complexes, we have some that are fully supported housing complexes with 24-hour staffing and other things, but some of our mixed income use models do something where you will have, say, 25% of the units dedicated to permanent supported housing and 75% of the units are fair market rent units for low-income Oklahomans. One of the things Mental Health Association Oklahoma does as a developer is that we are committed to preventing and ending homelessness. So we specifically rent to low-income Oklahomans who otherwise may not be able to find a safe, affordable place to rent and would end up homeless. Those are individuals who are choosing to rent there. They fill out an application, and it's truly fair market rent. So all of our housing recipients have either gone through the process of waiting and waiting to get to the top of the list or filling out applications. But we do create a mixed use environment and think that's the best way to integrate people into the community. So that's what for our housing. And we'd love to provide a tour if anyone was interested of our complexes here in Oklahoma City or our complexes in Tulsa as well. And I think that might help you see what our model looks like.
May I clarify where I'm wrong here? Because I just keep hearing from just residents a hang-up, and it is a version of what Councilman Greenwell is saying, the disruptive individual. Here's where I need the clarification, and I just think we need to kind of have this out right now, and in preparation for next Tuesday's homelessness workshop. 4 years ago when I first ran, I had never heard of permanent supportive housing. I hadn't done that research yet. But once I did, and I came to understand that the case manager becomes a vital component when we put someone in permanent supportive housing. So the people who are, and again, clarify where I'm wrong here, but the people who are acting disruptively, that is where pairing them with a case manager is critical. And it's what's been missing for all 40 years I have been alive. I'll be 41 on Saturday. It's the equivalent of when what helped me understand it was, it's the equivalent of my middle school students in a Title I school where night after night after night on your local news channels, they would just report on fights in OKCPS. I have a lot of contempt for that, by the way. They would report on fights that my kids were getting into. My program that I took over, AVID, the college prep program, the way it was explained to me was that it's a support system. We were supposed to teach them how to strengthen their reading, writing, critical thinking, group work, and organization skills. But we were also supposed to provide a support system for them that they were lacking because their parents might be working 2 or 3 jobs and they're not home after school. So the kids don't have the support to make sure they're doing their homework the way I had a mom right there when I walked in that door and Days of Our Lives was playing. She's like, but did you do your homework before you watch that or before you play Zelda? And my kids were missing that support system, and that's what my program at Jefferson Middle School did. Last week, The success of that program is this. Last week while I was having lunch at Oklahoma City University where I teach, Mr. Cooper I hear, and I look over and there's Jorge walking over to me. He was on a field trip with Metro Tech, and he just came over and he says, "Remember me?" I said, "No, I don't. What?" He's like, "I was in your character ed. It wasn't even my college prep, but I brought a lot of college prep into character ed, the first 15 minutes of the day." He's like, "You told me to get off my phone all the time." And I was like, "Yeah, I did." He goes, "But you also taught me how to do my GPA and how to apply for Metro Tech and how to apply for college. And guess what? He's applying for college. He's going to OU this fall." 2 minutes later, Zanaya walks over to me, "Mr. Cooper." That's what a support system is, and that's what's been missing for our residents for every year I've been alive. And I'm just gonna pause right here because I keep hearing it from council members. People keep saying, what about the people who don't want help? I keep hearing from residents, what about the disruptive person? And I guess my follow-up question now is, what about what I just said do you not understand? Because I'm tired of saying it. The only way we're going to get out of this is by prioritizing case managers. Period, end of story. What am I missing? It's the case managers, that's right. We've got to fund more case managers. It is a myth, y'all. These people, when you hear someone say, "I don't want the help," we're not asking the right questions. So, is anyone confused by what I have just said? Because I'm just at a frustration point. There are people homeless right outside this building right now. There are people homeless on my drive here this morning. And people talk about we don't know what the solutions are. We know the solutions. It's permanent supportive housing, case managers, and building on city-owned property and infill, mixed income, mixed use developments. So, is anyone confused by what I just said? Because y'all act confused a lot. You keep asking this question.
Okay, is there any more questions for Terry?
Or for me.
Yeah, I had a quick couple of questions for Terry.
Okay.
Just, it really doesn't have anything to do with this, but it's something that
I thought
always
you were saying it
sticks in
doesn't have
my
anything
head.
to do with you. I was like, well, I've been
No,
trying.
it has
I
nothing to
can
do.
only answer the ones that are in my purview, but.
So the Oklahoma Mental Health Association, it was originally in Tulsa, correct?
Correct. It was Mental Health Association of Tulsa beginning in 1955, and then we went statewide in 2014 and became Mental Health Association Oklahoma.
Thank you, because it always shows up as Tulsa Mental Health Association, DBA is.
That's
I
our
was like,
official name, but we do business as
Okay.
Mental Health Association.
How do you separate the funds from, I don't even know how many cities or counties you operate in, but I was curious, like, how do you guys keep the funds separate from even Oklahoma City, Tulsa? Like, I don't know how many funds they provide versus what we provide. I was just curious how you guys kind of keep those separated.
So it's actually, it's not hard, so if I'm missing something in your question, please let me know. But we have 22 apartment complexes in Tulsa because we had deeper, wider, longer routes there. We now have 2 complexes in Oklahoma City. We are one of the larger nonprofits in Oklahoma. We have full audit every year. We have an accounting division. We operate just like any business, and we have very strict accounting principles for all the dollars that come in, and we track which funds go to which projects, and we can account for all those dollars, and we'd be happy to show you anything that you wanted to look at, but that hasn't ever been a problem for us. We're fairly sophisticated in terms of accounting.
Oh, that's all I was
I don't know
looking
if that
for,
helps,
so.
but if I'm missing something, let me know, but I'd be happy to show you anything.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions for Terry? All right,
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes citizens who signed up to speak on this item. Mr. City Manager, is there anything else to present?
That's all we have.
Okay, any comments or questions from the council? James?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a follow-up question. I hope I was as clear as the rain on what we could do to end homelessness. Good, thank you. I think it's a question for the Housing Authority as it relates to the revitalization of the public housing, I have some concerns about that the more I've reflected on it and saw the presentation. When I saw the film Candyman in the 90s, it was shot in Cabrini Green, one of the most legendary public housing. And the problem with it was this giant vertical high-rise, right, where they put people in housing, but it was almost like stocking them like cattle. There was no sense of a communal lawn, of recreation. There was no way to build community because you don't see your neighbors in that kind of walking aspect. In other words, we segregated people living in poverty from the rest of us. And we know now from data that did not work. And it bred crime and despair and income inequality and further poverty. What's different about what we're about to do? I just really have a lot of concerns about, I love the idea of repairing, right, something that hasn't been addressed in 60 years, but it strikes me as maybe not the most data-driven, research-based approach to revitalize an existing public housing property that is not integrated with the rest of us.
Thank you, Councilman Cooper. My name is Mark Gillett. I'm the Executive Director of the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. So we know that models like Cabrini Green didn't work, and that's why they no longer exist in the public housing world anymore. Not that there aren't still massive high-rises and massive blocks of public housing in America, but we know that that model doesn't work. So how do you better integrate that community, that public housing development into the neighborhood? So I would encourage you to think about Sooner Haven apartment complexes at 36th and Lottie. Sooner Haven apartment complex was the first rental assistance demonstration site in Oklahoma City. It was the first one in the state. Sooner Haven had a fence around it, an 8-foot high fence. It had a guard shack at the front. You couldn't get into Sooner Haven but one way through that entrance with the guard shack. It was completely, for lack of a better word, walled off from the neighborhood. So when we implemented the Sooner Haven Rental Assistance Demonstration Project and did the renovations there, did the repairs there, we, in addition to the interior, new ceiling fans, new water heaters, new kitchen cabinets, new dishwashers, things like that, we also looked at the community. We built pergolas at the residences so that they could come out and have a sense of their lawn. We took down the fence so that that community could then be better incorporated into the neighborhood. So there wasn't a unnatural barrier between where those folk live and the community live. Now everyone lives in one community together. So I hope that's beginning to answer that question of how do you integrate that former public housing, and I'll use the word project, former public housing project into the community at large so that it can be a part of that community, so the neighbors interact with each other, so the school kids interact with each other, so it's easier to access the business. That's the goal of that program.
Can I say something? I'm appalled that that is the example we're going to use because of a few reasons. One, the lighting is still in disrepair in this community, in this area. Two, there's at least 2 community centers that I believe still need to be reused in the efforts of what you just talked about, supportive housing. You don't see supportive housing in this particular area of our community. Yeah, you can put paint and all of these things on a building to make them look good and take the gate down, but if you still have barriers, what are you connecting? So I also want to use, as if we're going to start talking about these properties that are related to the Oklahoma City Housing Authority, the scattered sites, let's talk about McGuire and Jeltz. Let's talk about the same area of Creston Park that I've been talking about for 3 years that's still blight because of you all deciding not to do the things that the community had asked for and what you told the community you were going to do from the beginning. But yet my residents and my neighbors have to be displaced and figure out what their next step and what their next move is in order for them to understand what supportive housing looks like for their families. They didn't have the opportunity to stay on Northeast 79th for 45 or 50 years. They were removed. So those are the problems that exist in the structure of what the Housing Authority is doing and has done to the folks that I have to listen to constantly. And the fact that when we talked about this horseshoe was given individual meetings to divide and conquer in order to talk through and to council members about the same issue that we're talking about now that we have a different type of an agreement with. Let's talk through that. One of the things that came up, which I continuously ask, is now we're talking about having DEI conversations for the Housing Authority and executive leadership. That's been a conversation for over 2 years. We still haven't been able to get there, but now we're going to put it in writing, because if this is what's going to get us some money, we're going to do it instead of implementing the plan prior to today. Let's talk about how, again, we have contractors and we have people that have worked for the entity of the Housing Authority who have not been shown the kindness or grace or even good faith as employees of the Oklahoma City Housing Authority when they have come with any grievance with you all. Let's talk through those things, because we still have issues pertaining to the leadership. We still have issues pertaining to Oklahoma City Housing Authority, and we still have issues pertaining to the Housing Authority being the operator of this homelessness initiative. And let me be very clear, I have no problem with what's happening as far as homelessness and addressing that, because we know it's needed. But once we get down to who the operator is, because of the people I have to represent and the people I look at all the time who have asked about their scattered sites, that we've constantly continued to call about. I have one resident that lives in an area which I know you all are familiar with that calls constantly about what has taken place in the scattered site on their street and still haven't been able to get any resolve. We look at the area that we call now Oak Grove, Kerr Village. It's 86 years old, and now we're just gonna put more lipstick and paint on it? Instead of actually tearing down the structure to rebuild it and revitalize it for this community because of the things that have happened and take place in this particular area of our community and our city? We talk about those things. You can look it up. Just look up Kerr Village and find out all of the bad things that have taken place. And this community and these residents have to continuously look at that. We want you to keep looking at it. We're just going to give you some new paint. We're going to put an on-cue on the corner for you, too. We're going to give you a new head start, a brand new building. We're going to take this gate down. But how are we supporting these folks? That's the question at hand. And that is the reason I will not be supporting you all being the operator of this agreement, because I do not appreciate the things that have been taking place in the community that I represent. And it's always, we're getting the runaround, or I'm giving the runaround about the expectations and what you all have not been doing for the people that I'm serving. And I'm tired of it, and I'm always the bad guy because of that. And that's the unfortunate piece of this, because I have to see it every single day when I drive in this community. That's ridiculous. And I have family members that grew up in Kerr Village too. So I know what this is. All of us know what this is and what this is and what this is about. Now, any other issue or any other, the partners, fully support, but it will not be the Oklahoma City Housing Authority.
Ms. Nice, you know I disagree with you wholeheartedly about the statements that you make regarding
Of course you do, because you want the money.
inappropriate management of the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. You know that we asked HUD the questions that you had about our resident relocation, and you know that the director of the HUD office sent you a letter stating that we were doing things correctly.
But you know what you all said as an entity to my residents as well. So, I mean, we can go back and forth all you want to, but I would suggest that we
You
go
asked him
ahead
a
with the
question.
vote.
You asked him a question. Mr. Gillette, you have the right to respond. Please finish your statement.
Our staff is committed to serving the residents that live at the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. We do an excellent job according to those entities that monitor us. Do we do everything perfectly? No. I would argue that no institution in the United States does everything perfectly every time. We are committed to serving those folk who need assistance with housing, assistance with case management, and assistance with becoming more stable in their lives. We are committed to that. We met with each of you to talk about how we could improve the operating agreement. I think that gave us some good discussion and some good things to include in the operating agreement. A couple of you went on a couple of tours with us. I think that was a good step forward also, to see what it's really like at a public housing development. We appreciate this opportunity. Like Mr. Strawn, my friend and my partner in addressing homelessness in Oklahoma City, said, we need to get started. We need this to move forward. And that is what we are asking of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
My last comment, and I'll be done. I'm still trying to define what those folk are, if these are not our residents in our community. And that's the separation of what is happening right now.
Councilman Stone.
I've got a question. I assume that Tulsa does a point-in-time count on their homelessness, and I thought maybe Councilwoman Hammond would. Do you know what their last count was? Roughly, I mean.
Is Dan here? I bet he.
I don't, but yeah, Terry, do you?
Tulsa's they just released their count, like within the last 10 days. I want to say it was 1,339, but that may be last year's number because that may still be stuck in my mind.
I was just curious how their count really kind of, how theirs compared to ours.
Theirs is slightly smaller than Oklahoma City's, which you'd expect because Tulsa's a smaller community than Oklahoma City's. But the trends look very similar. There isn't giant growth in the homeless population over the last 5 years in either city. There's small growth, but what there is a very large growth in those that are unhoused and less growth in those that are couch surfing and other things. So while there's not a larger total number, there are more people on the streets now than ever in both Tulsa and Oklahoma City.
So what kind of made me ask that question was you talked about you have like 22 complexes in Tulsa and currently only 2 here. And this is an opportunity for it to grow. I get that. But if you compared the size of their 22 complexes, like how much housing is that versus the 2 here currently?
We have 1,500 units in Tulsa, and in Oklahoma City we have 270 maybe total, and that includes some of our master leased units with developers here who would lease to us because we didn't have units yet. But you have to remember we started in 1991, our first housing program in Tulsa. We didn't even come to Oklahoma City till 2014. There are other partners in the community that were doing some of this work, although I will argue Mental Health Association Oklahoma really kind of has an expertise at the intersection of housing and mental illness. And thanks to specifically this city council and HUD funds, we just cut the ribbon on that second apartment complex in Oklahoma City because of all of you. That just happened, and for those of you that couldn't be there, we would love to show you Taylor Ridge and show you how MHAOK does housing.
So if we had in Oklahoma City, as we grow towards the 22 complexes that Tulsa has currently, is that really going to have any impact on our counting time?
If we had 22 complexes right now instead of just 2, like if we added 20 more for this, yes, it would have an impact. Would it end it immediately?
No.
No, but can we end homelessness that way? Absolutely. When you look at some of the things that Houston did, for example, over the last 10 years, where they specifically went in and added a significant number of housing units that dramatically dropped their count in homelessness. Yeah, it's absolutely doable. That is exactly what you're asking is the solution.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Todd, by the way, and I'm not trying to make anybody's point, I get excited when people compare our homelessness to other cities because basically we win every single time. Tulsa has, in their most recent count, 1,133 people experiencing homelessness. They have a population of about 400,000. We, as you know, are about 1,300 in our most recently released count, and of course our population is 700,000. So our per capita rate is far, far below Tulsa's.
Great, that's what I was looking for, thank you.
Mayor, at this time, I'd like to amend the operating agreement to include...
Oh, we figured out we didn't need to do that. Are you talking about the audit thing?
Yes.
They've decided they don't need to.
Right. I think we're okay on that because the audit clause that's in there is just, it's an allowance for us to conduct a financial audit if needed.
As
We
long
would
as it
take on
doesn't
the
require
expense. It
two
does not
audits,
require it.
that's all I
It does
care
not
about.
require it.
Okay.
It's just, it's a standard audit clause that we have in most contracts.
Then, Mayor, at this time, I'd move to approve the operating agreement.
Okay, so this is, sometimes usually we vote, obviously, all the PPA items together. I think the magnitude of this, we'll vote on it separately. And so this is item A on the PPA agenda, and we have a motion to adopt it.
I'll second if we need to do the verbal.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
May I, before we do this?
Maybe. Go ahead. What are you going to say? Because we are on the cusp
I
of
mean, I
calling
know
a
we're
vote
doing
here.
it. I know we're doing it. Could someone just remind us what the resolution says, like in terms of the restrictions on who can operate this?
Oh, the MAPS 4 resolution?
Please, thank you.
A government agency, I remember that. What I don't have it off.
I don't recall that, I don't know that I've got the language here.
Well, MAPS, hi.
I can take a stab at this. I actually brought a copy of our presentation from February 14th. I think we went over some of that stuff. Give me just one second here. Let's see.
So Councilman Cooper is asking specifically about the original council 2019 resolution. You have that handy?
So the bullet points that we had from the first part of the presentation last time, the project guidance was for the purpose of transforming our city's approach to reducing and eventually eliminating homelessness, provision of truly affordable housing. I'm just picking out some high points here. Implementation of a housing-first strategy to address homelessness, funding to leverage $400 million in housing, funding available from various sources, commencement of expenditures is conditional on approval of an operating agreement with a government agency which includes measurable benchmarks. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay, can you now cast your vote?
I'll just say this. My understanding is in a couple, was it 2 years we come back? I really have concerns after what I just heard Councilwoman Nice describe, after what we read in the Oklahoman, but even a near voiceless Dan Strawn, and then hearing from Terry, it gets me to where I can tentatively support this, but so help me God, if when this comes back in 2 years and we find residents aren't in a good place and the housing's not in a good place and MAPS 4 is not in a good place as a brand, never again. I take this, I don't know, this is one of the hardest votes. I don't know about y'all. This is one of the hardest votes I've ever taken in my entire life because I'm not gonna lie. I think y'all have a lot of backstory that's not good. And it just needs to be on the public record that someone says that. But you have some advocates and we have people in need. So, okay.
All right, thank you. Passes 8-1. All right. Thank you all for your time and your patience through this process. Now we have item B, claims and payroll. Why don't we take a separate vote on that for the PPA agenda? We have a motion and a verbal second. Cast your votes.
Please stop. You touch me again, I'll knock you out.
Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene the council. We found ourselves at page 3 of your printed agenda, item 9, the consent docket. There are no scheduled presentations on the consent docket. Is there anything that a council member wishes to pull out for discussion? Hearing none, we have two items that maybe a few more. Anyways, the residents assigned to speak on Michael Washington.
Yes, thank you. Renewal of contract with supporting LLC, false alarm management services for the police department, estimated revenue of $1 million, actually more than $1,500,000. False alarm management. False alarm, what do we mean by this, y'all? Man, why don't these people quit faking with people, quit stealing our money, putting it to where it belongs? Because the Oklahoma City Police Department, under Wade Gorley, let me tell y'all something, I don't have a problem with this man per se, but when you have idiotic officers, not all of them are, targeting Michael Washington because he refused to be quiet like he done quiet a lot of them up, you don't have a right to target me. I don't have a mean-spirited bone in my body, and I don't think it's in all my activities can anyone say that I attempted to harm anybody other than my verbal expression, what I'm going to do every damn time when I get ready. Now then. Yes, I am a target for the Oklahoma City Police Department and others. Why? Because I revealed and exposed their viciousness, their behaviors that's antisocial and harmful to the citizens they're supposed to be protecting. We don't need to give these people a false alarm. That's some fake stuff, man. You know what? False alarm means we're going to falsify documents, make y'all believe we went to a false alarm cause, and what we're going to do is we're going to just spend the money otherwise. That's what I think of Wade Gorley. That man is a chump. You hear me? And I mean business. You looking at me, boy, you a chump to me. That's right. Going to sit here, false alarm, accuse me of harming a 90-year-old my friend who just died, you piece of shit. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, though. Boy, I'm going to tell you something. Me, a political activist as I am, the love I have for people, man, really? Fighting for the cause of people, you're going to give these suckers some more money for what? False alarm. No, ain't no false alarm. I want to put that money on so I can steal from Oklahoma citizens. Why? Because I got the fraternal order police. If y'all don't act right, we'll come back to our collective bargaining agreement, disagree with everything, go on strike, possibly. Man, ain't no private citizens supposed to be running. Tell these people, hell no, man. Have they told y'all and showed y'all where they need more money? What are the reports? Can he just come in and say we need more at that? No. You need to show us step by step. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is not working. That is not working. We need more. We've had uncalls that's going on. Are you ready for this one? How do we know we have a sufficient number of officers to respond to so-called false alarm calls? I guess that's what this false alarm means. I mean, with the city, aren't you already short of staff as it is?
30 seconds remaining.
We need to put that money toward more conducive measures, like, for one, hiring me to review their overall capacity. That's what you need to do. You need to see, you like Stone Cipher like that, I like that. But see, let me tell y'all something, man. Stone, excuse me, Mr. Stone. Let me tell y'all something, man, seriously speaking. No, don't give these people, that's a lot of money, 1.5 million or more. That's too much, man. Wade Gorley, again, I don't hate you, man. I mean, you're a citizen. If I could do for you, I will still. Have a good day, everybody. Thank y'all.
James Hudson? Not in the room. Joy Reardon?
like I said before, it always shocks me. Which one do you got me called on?
We're on the
I've got
consent
a
docket.
bunch of stuff.
We'll just try to hit everything that's on the consent
Okay.
docket.
The one is H through S, I think, of 9. Yeah, H through S is my normal thing. Can we please stop building out and build in? Because of the finite resources that we keep losing. Just like, what was it? Last night or the night before, we had a house fire up at way out at the north, I think southern end of Oklahoma City. Mr. Stone? Yes, sir. And how long did it take the fire department to get there?
I don't know yet. I just saw it on the news.
Yeah, it's something that we may want to look at, because the further out we build, we're going to have to build more stations, have more personnel. IMSA is going to have to hire more. Police department is definitely going to have to hire more to cover these areas if we keep building out.
I would imagine they responded relatively quickly. 'Cause there's
The initial units got on scene, yes.
There's a fire station over on 164th. And of course, you've got the one at like 240 and Air Depot there as
Yeah.
well. I don't
But you
believe
also
that
had to
was-
pull in,
I don't think that was a neighborhood fire either, but
yeah, you still had to pull in units from Midwest City.
I would imagine Moore or Norman would have responded.
Yeah.
Just
But
like
that's
like
taking,
we do with theirs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's also taking resources away from Moore and Norman because we keep building out. So we're relying more and more on our neighbors to respond to these home fires and stuff. I can understand on grass and brush fires, but with these homes, it takes a amount of resources that at this point we don't have. And I was a firefighter. I was a firefighter, EMT, and a rescue tech. I know what the resources that it takes. So that's my issue is let's try not to build any further out. That way we're not taking resources from like Edmond, Piedmont, Luther, Hara, all those communities, because as it is, a lot of that stuff is volunteer.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. AK, the Y on 9 AK. They're asking for more money for the BRT program. And then I guess I'll come back up for the BX and BY, since I'm limited on time for that.
This is kind of it. Hit it all now.
Okay.
We're about to vote.
And I knew that y'all were going to vote for it.
We're talking, your other items are on the consent docket, right, that you're talking
Huh?
about? Everything else you're talking about is on the consent docket?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, this is it. We're about to vote.
I knew y'all were going to go ahead and vote for, to approve the operational for OCHA to be the operator. Why? Why couldn't we find a different operator for one of the programs like the other lady was saying? Why couldn't we use them? Anybody but housing. And I'll keep coming back. Why housing? They've created a mess that they can't clean up. And I'd like to, meeting after meeting after meeting, y'all have asked them for surveys, and yet they have not done that. Why? Why can't they do something simple as get a survey to the residents? And the audit. Several people on the Horseshoe have asked for an audit to be done. When are we going to find out about that? It's questions that other residents and everything else are asking. And several other things. But it's something that y'all should really, really think about. And Mr. Cooper, thank you for your concerns, but y'all voted wrong on putting him as operator. And I'm giving you a glimpse into the future. It ain't gonna work. You're gonna feel bad about yourself when in 2 years, you're gonna find out that the truth was being told. Thank you.
Okay, those are the citizens who've signed up to speak on the consent docket. We could take a motion to adopt the items now.
I'd like to vote separately on BX and BY, please.
Okay. Seems like we could probably take them as a couple. So if we want to take a motion right now to vote on BX and BY together, we could do that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1. And then the remainder of the consent docket. No, I did them together. So this is every item except for BX and BY, which just passed. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 10, the concurrence docket. We have items A through N we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item Joy Reardon has signed up to speak for the planning case. Okay. Joy waves. What's that? Oh, yes. The city manager has asked that we move up we pull up the bond sale items. So these are at N and O, and there's some timeliness associated with it. We can't go too fast, and we can't go too slow. This is just the right time, and so we have a brief presentation here for these two
Angela
items.
Pierce, Assistant Finance Director, will give us a presentation on the results of the 2023 bond sale.
Yes, good morning. Angela Pierce, Assistant Finance Director. If you'll remember back on Valentine's Day of this year, you guys authorized us to move forward with this sale. We've been pricing this morning, and I'm excited to share those results with you. We are here to award the purchase of the $117 million City of Oklahoma City General Obligation Bonds, Series 2023, to the lowest bidder whose bid is determined to be offered to the lowest true interest cost. As authorized by the resolution adopted on February 14th, 2023, we received 12 electronic bids this morning at 8:30 a.m. for the purchase of our $117 million General Obligation Series 2023. The lowest qualified bid was received from Morgan Stanley and Company, LLC, whose bid a true interest cost of 3.33%. Staff recommends the $117 million General Obligation Bonds, Series 2023, be sold to Morgan Stanley and Company, LLC, at the true interest cost of 3.33%. We'll be closing on these bonds in mid-May, which is when we'll actually have cash in hand to be able to deploy out to our projects. We have some advanced A&E going on right now through the MFA, so we appreciate your support on that program. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on our sale today.
Thanks, Angela.
Do you need a motion to award the purchase?
I think we need motions on both of the items.
That's right.
Individually, yes, to award the purchase and then on the ordinance.
Do you want those done separately or as a pair?
Probably do them separately, yes.
All right, I'll move to award the purchase.
So this would be item N. And it's worth noting, of course, these are the bonds approved by the voters in 2017. This is how we fund core infrastructure in our city. And thanks to when we had news a few weeks ago about our bond rating, that helps keep these interest rates low, therefore allowing us to spend more money on the
That's right.
project and less on borrowing.
Yeah,
costs.
and it's a reflection of the council's leadership and decisions that are made and the way that we manage financially, and the leadership of the finance department, and really all of the employees who are involved in managing finances for the city. It's really a reflection of the entire city organization. To have a AAA bond rating for a large city is really significant and does help us to get the best bond ratings, bond rates that we can on those bonds. So do appreciate everyone's work on this.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt item N, the award purchase, and we have a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then item O is related. That's the ordinance providing for the issuance of the GO bonds in the sum of $117 million.
I'll move the ordinance at item O for approval.
Oh, okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then finally, an emergency on item O is requested by staff. So we need to take a motion on that.
I'd move the emergency.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes for the emergency. Passes unanimously and with the required supermajority. All right, that is now done, and we can back up to item 11A, which is an ordinance on final hearing and recommended for approval, rezoning 621 North Idaho from R1 to R2. Councilwoman Nice, the applicant, is available for questions.
I don't have any questions. The use is to permit two-family residential use and development, and as we see for the R2, it is complementary to what is in the surrounding area. So with that, I will move for approval.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Yeah, we have a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item B was previously withdrawn. Item C was previously deferred, which brings us to item D. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 2600 Northeast 36th from R1 and HNO to PUD 1923 and HNO. Councilwoman Nice, known as sign up to speak.
Yes, I am awaiting some information from our municipal council. So I am hoping that we can get to that as I try to move forward with this. As we met last council meeting, there were some things I wanted to look at as far as the use units and the limitation of number, as far as we are looking at the spectator sports and entertainment, and also there was another that we were going to look at adding 8250.2 for this particular application as well. And I know if you want, I don't know who's representing and who's speaking today, but if you want to come, let's talk through this as I still wait.
Good morning, Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here with me. Regarding that limitation language on the 8300.67 spectator sports and entertainment general, we had discussed at the last council meeting, it would be limited to a reception area, which can be reserved by the public when availability permits. Amphitheaters shall not be permitted. I know that we briefly had spoken about 8250.2 community recreation general. If you wish that we add that in there, we have no problem with that. However, with that spectator sports and entertainment general, It does encapsulate that essentially, so.
Yes, but there are still some difference as far as those uses are concerned, and that's what I was looking at yesterday. So I do want to add that use unit, and I still want to be specific as far as the number. And as we looked at the number, I know our last meeting, I asked you to lower it to 150, and you all countered that with 250. Are you still wanting to stay at the 250?
So since the last council meeting, we did contact the fire inspector and confirm that their calculation, as well as the calculation in the International Building Code, is 1 guest per 15 square feet. So we would request that that be the calculation for the event space for this application.
Okay, then I will ask that we, I have the number, but I will ask that we just make it an even 300 people.
300 people?
Yes.
The calculation that we have is 333. We were thinking due to the surrounding area being primarily industrial, that's mitigated with any concern for surrounding neighbors. So I think we would just request that we keep that calculation and abide by what the fire marshal will stipulate for this property, just like any other development would have.
Well, I do want to keep in mind, as I said before, while you all say there will not be harm as far as sound is concerned, that we do have an amphitheater that is located not far from this area, and that sound travels far beyond an interstate. So I just want to be very clear, even if we're saying that an interstate is going to buffer that sound, that is not guaranteed. So I want you all to realize that. So we'll keep it at I will keep you at the 333. I will ask that we lower, there was another use as far as in your presentation for Exhibit B. There is a outdoor pavilion, 3,100 square feet. And by your number, that would mean 206 people. So therefore, I will ask that we limit that to 206 people for that outdoor space.
We would request, again, that we just keep that calculation. The site plan is conceptual in nature. It could be smaller, it could be larger. I want to re-emphasize that we do not permit any amphitheater use.
This is your number, so I want to keep it at your number. So I didn't make this number up. This is the same number and same use that you all are using to calculate. So I do want to, again, say if we can do it for that, then we should be able to do it for any other use that you have as far as I'm looking at on this particular table from Exhibit B. And that, again, is calculated at 206 people. And one of the things that we did make sure we contacted our own fire marshal for the city to understand what that limit and those numbers are. And that is the number that they came back with to confirm the number that I just repeated, which was 206.
Yes, again, this is a conceptual site plan, so that number is not a set in stone number. It may alter, it may, again, get smaller or slightly larger depending on how this development plays out. So since that is conceptual in nature, we would ask to be tied to the calculation rather than an actual maximum number.
That is the calculation. If we're calculating from the number that you just gave me from for 333 people, again, this is the same calculation, so I'm confused as far as what we're calculating now in comparison to a whole different calculation using the same numbers.
So I'm referring just to sticking to the 1 guest per 15 square feet and then doing that calculation
We'll
when
give
we
you
have that
206
square footage
people.
set in stone.
Okay, well, that will give you 206 people if you do that one person by 15 square feet. Again, 206. Again, I don't have a problem with this use. I have an issue with the fact that as far as the outdoor gathering space, and it says when we look at and define in the Muni Code and Municipal Code, as far as this use unit in particular, it can be more than 500 people. So, or limited, and I'm hoping to limit that to make sure and ensure that we don't ever exceed the number that we have and that we are agreeing upon today because of the concerns that I have in other developments that are also within this community, that when it comes down to it, they're not going to call you all. they will be calling me.
Understood.
And I have to speak to this today as far as how we prepare and how we operate as far as those neighbors and those residents are concerned. So if we do that, again, by the number that I was given from you all on yesterday, instead of us actually having this conversation before Friday, for the late Friday afternoon for the email to go through this, then we could have probably worked a little better at having this conversation. So again, I have asked that we look at 8300.67 and we limit that to 333 people. We also look at the other use unit for the outdoor pavilion space at 206 people, and 8250.2, limit that to the 333 people. And also in the language, 8300.50, I see as we look at the limited to, as far as when we talked last week, I wanted to make sure and ensure that these were going to be small cabins. So I'd like for us to rewrite and ensure, again, small and modern sized cabins instead of the language that is used in renovated train cars. As we look at the definition on Wikipedia, it is still defined as the same, and that's the language that I would like to move forward as far as this is concerned, for people to really understand what this is as far as that development.
I've got a question, and Kenny, maybe it's a question for you, I don't know, but if we put a set number on a facility, and the facility that gets built, because again, these are conceptual, if the facility gets built smaller, aren't we violating fire code ourselves?
No, I actually had a conversation with the fire marshal on this same subject, and he's going based upon the document that the applicant submitted on what the uses were going to be, a pavilion and an event center. And he's calculating it, those are the maximum, that's the maximum occupancy based upon what the applicant submitted in their diagram. So that's how he reached, and Nikki is proposing, the 333 for the event center and the 206 for the pavilion.
So what happens if the conceptual drawing changes?
Right.
Yes.
What if it has 10 foot, 10
Deal with the new number.
fewer
Correct.
square feet?
No, that's
Please don't.
absolutely correct. That's what a lot of folks don't understand, is that this isn't necessarily what's going to be done. So that they're not telling you what they're going to do. They're just telling you this is what it may look like. It's conceptual. This is just our concept on what we're going to do. Now they're stuck with the uses. The uses in the zoning code is what they can do.
That's what we're
But as
talking
far as the actual details in the PUD or SPUD, and I think Jeff could speak to this too, these are considered just concepts. We're going to have a pavilion here, basically.
But the number can change based upon the final drawing.
Well, and actually, the fire marshal says those are the maximum numbers. The number will actually change based upon how it's configured. So it'll even if you put in 333 or 206, it will probably be lower than that, depending on how they design it.
And I want to reemphasize what the municipal code speaks to, that this particular use unit can allow them more than a certain number that is listed, and that is where my concerns are in comparison to what has been asked. And because of the things that I already have to work through and look at in this particular area of our community where another pavilion sits, and we also have public facilities that are across the street that could be utilized as well, which encompass a golf course that we can get some city funding as far as people renting it out and using that. So those are the things I take into account as far as those uses, what we're looking at, and also this use unit that has been asked for.
When you say the other facility, are you referring to the zoo amphitheater?
I'm referring to the Zoo Amphitheater. I'm also referring to Lincoln Golf Course, which is across the street.
If I may briefly, we do, again, fully agree to comply with what number, that maximum number that the fire marshal stipulates. We're happy to put that in the master design statement. I think for this ambiguity, that's why we would ask that we even put under that use unit that calculation that the fire marshal will ultimately use to come up with that maximum occupancy number, just to eliminate issues down the road. Again, although the use unit doesn't have a maximum capacity, of course, they're going to have to abide by whatever maximum number the fire marshal nails to that wall.
I want to be very clear with what I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kinney. The use unit for this particular use, spectator sports and entertainment, it allows for more than 500 people. And this area in consideration is going to be congested already if we're putting over 200 mobile park homes over here in comparison to all of the other things that we're going to do. So to me, that is going to be a stress on this particular area and what we're looking at. So I want to limit that use as far as the number of people that can be in this particular part of this spectator sport and entertainment use, which was 333.
Again, we will abide by whatever the fire marshal says. Although the use unit doesn't have a maximum occupancy, we will be required to keep that maximum limit to what the fire marshal imposes. And I'm more than happy to include in that limiting language, maximum occupancy shall be in accordance with what the fire marshal determines.
I'm going to look it up so I can read verbatim, clearly, something we're not all working together on this, in what I read, because if it's defined as such, I'm sure there can be a reason that it can be used to that degree, and that's not something that I would like to see as far as this use unit is concerned. So that is, again, where we are in what I said. Okay. Spectator sports and entertainment. General establishments are places engaged in the provision of cultural, entertainment, athletic, and other events to spectators, as well as providing space for social or fraternal gatherings. These uses are conducted in open facilities or within an enclosed building with a capacity of more than 500 people and include retail sales, storage facilities, and other activities incidental to the operation. Typically, uses include large theaters and amusement places. So again, I see more than, not less than. So I want to, again, ask that we limit that for what we have all said for, we all agreed on that number. That's the number you all gave. So I'm hoping that's what we can use, this number, and you can put the language in there with relation to what the Fire Marshal of Oklahoma City states.
Councilwoman Nice, we recognize that you have concerns about the number of people out there. Just the fact that this use unit may allow that number does not allow the developer to build something and disregard the fire code and the building code. We're stating we'd like to be treated just the same as any other developer and have that same requirement on this development. The plans, the numbers that we've provided to you as an example are based upon the conceptual drawings at this time. When they are final, we are happy to update you and provide that information. We're just asking that this council consider the application for these uses with this conceptual idea in place, and that we be held to the same standard as other developments in the area, such as the golf course and the Zoo Amphitheater, that they follow the same building code and the fire marshal's determination at that time.
Well, I think, we're comparing apples to oranges right now, and that's the unfair part of what you just said, especially for the community that has to deal with those same uses that have been created upon them that they are now subjected to. And that's not fair that they have to be subjected to those uses. And now, again, this is a high impact ask that you're asking for, and that's the difference right now in this piece, in this regard of what I'm asking for. In relation to your development. It's already a high intense development, so if there are ways that we can work together to look at how we care for the residents, the neighbors, and even address what's going to happen as far as traffic, having that many people on 36th Street once we have this big shindig and then people let out or come in. Those are the things that I have to look at. Those are the things that I have to answer to. Those are the things that I'm going to get questions about. So I want to make sure on the front end that I can answer those concerns and meet those concerns and those guidelines. So therefore, when people ask me what has happened or what has happened, I can speak to, well, these are the uses. If you see something that's outside of that, you need to call so we can get code enforcement to make sure that they are being regulated and they are adhering to what is happening in this neighborhood and in this community and in this development. So I'm still confused as to why this is difficult for us to look at a number of what we've asked for and in this use unit and the things that you all agreed on 2 weeks ago, and now here we are where we can't agree on that, on a number of 50 more people.
Again, Councilwoman, we've stated that this was a conceptual drawing. We were providing those numbers to you as informational. Last week, we were kind of thrown by a curveball of not knowing that this was going to come up, our last council meeting, so we were trying to work with you at that point in time. We took the additional 2 weeks in order to make sure that we could research that properly. We've come back to this council asking that you guys review and actually vote upon our application with the same regulations that are in place for any other developer.
Again, I'm not going to keep going back and forth. And the fact that, again, I received the email on Friday. So 2 weeks, did we really go through this and talk through it? Not quite so. And then for today and yesterday, trying to really get numbers down to a science of what we're looking at. So I think that's the disappointing part of where we are in this. And now all of a sudden, let's just move this forward. But again, I've asked for that, and we didn't have a problem with that 2 weeks ago. And those are the things that I've asked for, that use unit to be added, 8250.2, and also the specifications of what we said. I can't remember all of the things because I don't have my notes from the last one. But moving it forward with that language.
So, if I could just real quickly make a statement. This project, I think, is so interesting. I actually had someone that came forward to me with some really big concerns on this project, really big concerns. And when I first glanced at it, I'll admit I had those same concerns. But as I started researching a little bit and diving in a little deeper, I started to get very excited about the project. You know, that area, I mean, if you look at the resources in that area, it's fantastic, right? You've got the Softball Hall of Fame, you've got all the museums, you've got Remington, you've got the zoo, you've got the Science Center over there, all these things. And there's nowhere to stay relatively close to those things. When I first heard the term, RV park, I was a little concerned. Then when I realized, it's going to be an actual RV park, I thought, how cool is it that there will be some place for people to actually stay to, visit those different museums? The 45th, the Firefighters Museum, the Softball Hall of Fame, those things right there in a very close proximity. That's what kind of got me excited about it. And, I'll admit, I had some friends come in from out of state. Their daughter was playing at the Softball Hall of Fame in a softball tournament. And their question to me was, all right, where do we stay? And I'm like, that's a good question. That's a great question, because there's nowhere close to the softball complex that you can stay. And to me, this kind of starts to open that up a little bit and continue the development around those crown jewels that exist in that area. So that was my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Let me say, I appreciate your thoughts, and for this development, I think we're all hoping this will turn out to be the best development for this part of our community as it can be. Again, I have to speak to the concerns of residents and neighbors, so I hope you understand and realize where my challenges come into play as far as any development to ensure that the community still gets the best or less impact for them to still be able to live and age in place in these same communities. And that's where the difficulty has been in this same part of our neighborhood and in the Adventure District as well, because as Adventure District grows, unfortunately, our residents and our neighbors that live within these same neighborhoods have felt a lot of the impact of what it has brought. And that's the unfortunate part of where we are in how we do in development and where I am concerned. And as we talked about, bringing this much is very dense. It's very dense. So those are the things that I don't, we talked about it and I said, yep, okay, let's figure out how this can work. But again, as we look at a pavilion, as we look at an amphitheater, those are the things that we can work as far as the number is concerned. So those are the only things I've asked you all to consider. I haven't asked you to lower the number of the RV parks. I haven't asked you to lower the number of anything else except for the amount of people you can have at a gathering. That's it. And it's still enough people where you can have quite a big gathering if you wanted to do it inside or outside. So those are the only things I've asked for, and I'm going to ask that we continue to keep that in here and move forward, because again, the uses that you have in here, nothing prevents you all from still doing this great development. Nothing. I'm just asking for that use unit to be added and the use unit that I've asked for to be amended as far as the amount of people.
Okay, so is that a motion to amend the current application?
I've got one question, Mayor.
Yes?
So it's still got to go through final plat, correct? And wouldn't those numbers be, or would those numbers be set by the time it goes to a final plat?
Platting's not required with this application.
If it's in the zoning code, it's going to be set. Their remedy would be an application for a variance to the Board of Adjustment. They could ask for the number to be varied.
And it would be basically set by the fire marshal.
Depending on what the Board of Adjustment did. The Board of Adjustment would have to grant a variance. And now,
If we didn't
you
amend
put,
it-
no, if you put no number in there, then it's set by the fire marshal based on what their actual plans are.
Right. In which we don't know what the actual plans are yet.
Correct. This is conceptual.
But if you put it in the zoning ordinance, they're stuck with that unless they get a variance.
And I want to also specify, again, talking to the fire marshal, that depending on the development, the number could be lower than even this.
Right.
So this is just a max number, and they've agreed to this max number. This is the number that they gave me. So that's all I'm asking for, and therefore, if it has to increase by more than that, then they would just require the variance. For this type of development, again, that's where my concerns are, for us to have that large type of space gathering, and then the impact of what no amphitheater, but amphitheater feel could be, because they could be limited to more than 500 people depending on what they have asked for because of this particular use unit. And this is land use and use unit.
Where are we?
So I think we have a
Are
motion.
you unwilling to do the 233, and you want to stay with the fire marshal's calculation?
We'd prefer to stay with the fire marshal's calculation. If there is an adamant movement for 350 guest restriction, we could likely design within that, because our current design has 5,000 square feet worth of, and I think that's kind of where we're headed. So we could absolutely make that agreement, but the preference would be, because these are conceptual, to have the fire marshal just like any other development.
So what you want the language to be is, based upon the conceptual drawing, the calculation now is 233, but that may change.
That's actually just for the outdoor space. It's 333 for the indoor space.
So what do you want the language to say?
We'd like it to say what the fire marshal's determination would be. If Ms. Nice would agree to the 350, we believe that's within the limit of what our current
The number you gave.
drawings
Okay, I want to be very specific again. The number that you gave me was 333, and you based it on the International Building Code.
Correct.
So one of the things that I want us to also keep into account and take into account as this council is we want to adhere to the International Building Code at times when we want to adhere to the International Building Code. Other times we amend the International Building Code. Right now, by their suggestion, in their number, the International Building Code suggests 333. I'm just asking for that be the max because, again, this use unit that they have asked for it can increase to more than 500, which is my concern for this use unit. This use unit, again, defines it as more than a certain number. So my ask is that we require that it be no more than 333 people based on your conceptual design and the 5,000 square feet that you say you plan not to go more than. And again, based on what my conversations with the fire marshal were on this morning, I want to reemphasize, and Mr. Kinney can help me reemphasize that based on whatever you do as far as this building is concerned, the number may be even less than that, depending on what the fire marshal says.
Depending on what the fire marshal says, and they're calculating it based upon their submission, Exhibit B, that's attached to the staff report. So the real issue is, do you want a limit on the maximum number of people that can be in this outdoor facility and/or, I believe the event center it's indoor, right?
Correct.
You want a maximum number of people in the zoning code on the indoor facility and the outdoor facility. On the indoor facility, it's going to depend solely upon how they design it, what size it is. So, I mean, all those people are going to be indoors. Then the outdoor facility would be where you would have your what's been referred to as an amphitheater of some size. And so do you want a maximum limit on that? That's your issue, basically. If you want a maximum limit on those, you have to put it here in the zoning code in detail. And they can always seek a variance to that later on.
And that is what I've asked for since we began this conversation. So therefore, adhering to the International Building Code of what the number can be as far as the maximum amount of people based on the square footage. That's what I have asked for as far as this use is concerned. And I wanted to go ahead and move forward with that. I don't see why there's a concern for that use unit that you all defined as far as the number from the International Building Code. That's the number that was given. So I didn't make these numbers up. That's number from the International Building Code.
Why do we have a fire marshal if we can do this? If we get to dictate all of this and go through this and argue, why do we even have a fire marshal who puts the stipulations on these buildings?
It depends upon whether you view the plans as conceptual or not. In other words, they're saying they're not going to have the OU Stadium out there. They're not going to have 60,000 people. They're going to have a amphitheater. Do you want a limit on the number of people that can be in an outdoor amphitheater at that location?
Isn't that what the fire marshal does?
That's a land use. The fire marshal is doing it for fire safety. This is the land use. The difference is that the zoning regulates their use of the land. So do you want them to be able to have any number of people outdoors at that location, or do you want to limit it to some maximum amount? That's the only issue.
And just as a point of clarification, we have eliminated the amphitheater option. We are only doing a pavilion gathering event center. It would not be amphitheater.
So then the fire marshal does preside over that?
Yes, correct.
Boy, that's a lot of circles then.
Do you need time to talk to your client about this limitation?
No,
that she
sir.
is proposing?
No, sir. We've confirmed that they do not expect to go larger than what we believe the calculations would lead to is 350.
Okay, that's not the number you gave me. The number you gave me was 333 yesterday.
So that was based upon the conceptual plan of 5,000. So to give a little bit of wiggle room for the drawing, that's why I said 350.
Okay.
I guess
Well,
the question is, are you comfortable with 350 or are you adamant that it needs to be 333?
I'm adamant now for the 333 because that's the number that they gave me. It'd be different had you given me 350 from yesterday, but this is the number you gave me, one person per 15 square feet for the 5,000 square feet would be 333 people. So that is the number that I was given on yesterday. So that's the number that I would like to stick to. And again, I want to reemphasize, this is based upon the square footage of what you have asked for as far as your building is concerned. And I am just trying to prevent us from having even the look or feel for my community as far as where this neighbors, whether you say people are around there or not, for them to say that there's this large gathering, this amphitheater feel, and that they have been, they're worried about what's happening in this part of our community as far as noise is concerned and noise pollution is concerned. Those are the concerns that I have as far as this is concerned. So I'm going to ask that we move it forward with those, and then the variance, you can all, if you have to move forward or higher than that, but based on your conceptual designs, I don't see anything over 5,000 square feet, except for your visitor center, which is 7,000, and I don't think we're going to have that many people in there at one time. So if we base this on the International Building Code, at one person by the 15 square feet, then that's what we can do.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, Councilwoman is wishing to amend the application, correct? So that's
That's
going to be a
correct.
separate vote. Do we have a sense of exactly how the amendment is to read? I know that Amy's taken some notes here. What do you understand the amendment to be, Amy?
So I
Oh,
have,
go ahead.
Why don't we get the amendment on the table
go
first? Make sure we agree what the proposal is.
well, I wrote down 333 for the event center, 206 for the pavilion. I made a note of small, medium-sized cabins. I'm not sure if that's part of the amendment.
Yes, that was part of the language.
And then I wrote down, add calculation, maximum capacity will be in accordance with the fire marshal.
I'll put in accordance to International Building Code and Oklahoma City Fire Marshal.
If I may also, we had that limiting language for that 8300.67. So that was that it is limited to a reception area which can be reserved by the public when availability permits. Amphitheaters shall not be permitted. So that was the other limiting language for that use unit.
Thank you.
Can you say that again?
Oh, yes, it is, so on, next to 8300.67, limited to a reception area which can be reserved by the public when availability permits. And amphitheaters shall not be permitted.
And we're going to go ahead and add the use unit 8250.2,
We don't have a problem with that, that's fine.
add that with limitations for job fairs. And I think it was a couple other things, I apologize, I don't have that, but for the community.
Okay, so does that capture the amendment as proposed by Councilwoman Nice?
Yes, and I want to also say that that was to make sure that the language that was also included by agreement from what we just heard prior, as far as this is not an amphitheater, in the language that was voluntarily done by our client as far as this is concerned.
We absolutely agree that amphitheater is prohibited, and that's in 8300.67.
Thank you. I would ask that we approve this application as amended.
Well, we haven't amended it yet, so now we have to
I
vote on
wanna-
the amendment.
Okay, excuse me. I want to move forward with the amendment.
Okay. All right, so we have motion on the table for the amendment as described to the
Second.
application.
Your Honor, may I ask for a clarification?
Certainly.
Because I've not experienced this, I don't think, in 12 years. So is the applicant comfortable with the amendment?
We would request that it be the fire marshal calculations.
Right, I
So-
understand, but let me ask you this question. It's a yes or no. Are you comfortable with the amendment?
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so somebody want a second?
Yes, I did,
Verbally?
second.
Thank you.
I was
Yeah.
going to make a comment first. And I'm still trying to figure it out myself. And Councilwoman Nice, I think you've done some great work on this. Getting rid of the amphitheater, sorry, but I think it's a good move. The problem I have is trying to tie this down to a conceptual plan and to limit, I mean, I think it's great that you want to limit it. My problem would be with limiting it on a conceptual plan is that if it's slightly bigger, like think about the indoor facility. So we're limiting it to 333. They're saying, well, what about 350? So now we're talking about 17 more people here. And I mean, honestly, I would, just because it's based on a conceptual plan, I like the idea of limiting it, but I would still leave some leeway in there, like 375 or 225, whatever the case may be, just to make sure it's utilized.
Okay, to answer your question, I want to repeat again what we heard as far as the fire marshal is concerned. This is the max number already as far as this type of square footage is concerned. And
But they
this
may
is,
not build to this square footage.
Well, did you want me to finish?
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
wasn't done. Okay. To the maximum of what they said, and this is agreement that we're probably not going to get any bigger than what they have already said. Therefore, with the fire marshal, the number will probably decline as far as even the limit of people. So this is room as far as that we're looking at as far as the number is concerned. This just gives the max. And again, as I have to look at this in a different way because I have quite a few amphitheaters or outdoor facilities that some don't calculate or say are amphitheaters but are. And this is where my concern is. So again, I appreciate them for saying we will eliminate that amphitheater use, but because this use unit is so broad, it still has to be defined as far as that number is concerned. So that's the only thing I'm asking for. And that's not uncommon to ask for a difference as far as the use unit is concerned.
No, I agree. Y'all said y'all are okay with it.
Well, I think she's had a chance to speak to her client, which is really kind of important and something that's critical. We can't just do head nods and shakes. What does your client really feel
So
about this?
the client does prefer that we want to work with Councilwoman Nice. We absolutely do. We want to continue to have a great relationship as we move forward with this development. We will likely have future communications with you about this development. The preference is, because it's conceptual, to go with what the fire marshal is requiring. If there's no other option, then we'll take what we can because we want this development to happen. It's the Adventure District. We want it to succeed. This will provide additional funds into the community, into TIF 9. But our preference is to go with what the fire marshal is dictating for this developer as well as any other developer as they move forward.
Okay, so again, that speaks to what I just said. The number could be even lower than what they're requesting as far as the International Building Code is concerned. So I think that clearly defines what I have already repeated.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table for the amendment as proposed. You've heard everyone's various positions on it. I think it's time to cast your votes.
I just can't get over the conceptual.
Amendment fails 4-5, so we're back on the item.
If I may, given that the calculation is agreed upon by everybody, would it be better, especially considering this is a conceptual plan, to limit it to one guest per 15 square feet for that use unit? Because that covers
I just
the
said.
bases and
That's
concerns.
literally what I just said, that this council said no to. Literally, that same exact number of what I just said. So I'm very confused as to why, when I bring something forward, that we can't agree on the same exact number, which is weird, but okay.
Okay, the way I understood it is that was not what you amended or what you agreed upon. You wanted a solid number. They're agreeing to, if the square footage changes, then that means the number can change. But you wanted a solid number of 333 or 206.
Because that was the number that they have had given,
Conceptually.
and also said that they had not planned on going above that number as far as the square footage was concerned.
But if something changes, you've locked them into something that could possibly change due to a fire marshal thing. So by them agreeing to this fire marshal aspect or the one for the 15, it fluctuates. So it's not what you had asked for because you were locking them into a hard number. If I misunderstood that, then I need to change my vote.
Because I locked that into the hard number because that was the number that they told me, because they had planned, and their plan is to not exceed that square footage as far as the conversation we've had prior. And if you look at the exhibit, all of the buildings that they have are about that same square footage except for the visitor center. So it's nothing that they haven't repeated in their particular plan. I mean, again, I don't have a problem because this number is still around the same number that they gave. So that's why I'm just kind of confused. And the fire marshal is still going to limit even that number. So
then we're good to vote right now.
I mean, I'm not going to support it like this because we still have some things in place that now we have allowed them to just go ahead and do because of the amendment not being approved. And I don't feel comfortable with just the amendment without having an amendment to this application. So the amendment just failed. And therefore, now they can have an amphitheater, they can have more than 500 people, they can do all of these things because that use unit still allows for them to do that.
And I believe what Ms. Turner was explaining is that we have already previously agreed to those other amendments, all of them except for that number on the specific number of people. And we just suggest that the calculation be put in there instead of the specific number, that we provide the same prohibitions on amphitheaters. We've made that agreement with you and working with you. We do the same use restrictions as we did previously, as we've discussed and continue to work with you. It's just not have the 206 and the 333. Instead, we have the fire marshal calculation of one person per 15 square feet.
So now re-amend with everything with the calculation instead.
Correct. I'd be happy to agree to that.
Are you making a motion?
It's not mine. I don't know that I can make that motion.
Everybody can make a motion.
All right, I make a motion.
Okay, so can you restate that real quick, Councilman Carter, your motion?
I motion to amend with all the previous agreements, but now instead of a hard number, it's the calculation that'll go by the fire marshal.
Amanda, explain what he's moving to.
Sure. We have the use restrictions that we talked about prohibiting the amphitheater. Those were all in the additional language that we had already agreed to prior to coming into this room. So those same provisions would be included, restriction on no amphitheaters, allowing the public to reserve the facility if it's available, putting in the additional 8250.2 language, clarifying that they're tiny cabins or tree houses so that it's clear it's not a tiny home, and including that 8250.2, and then stating that the maximum limitation of numbers will be based upon the building code calculation of one guest per 15 square feet.
I want to repeat, that's literally what we just said, because I said that in the amendment by International Building Code and Fire Marshal. That was part of that amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table by Councilman Carter to amend as described by Amanda. Is that how you understand it, Bradley? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. Okay, so now we're on the item as amended. What does the council wish to do with it?
What are we on now? I'm sorry.
We're still on the item. It's been amended.
Okay.
What does the council wish to do?
Looks like we have a motion on the table.
Okay. All right, to move its approval? All right, we have a motion. We have a, darn it, he's right. We do have one citizen who signed up to speak on this item. We'll hold the vote for a moment. This is motion on approval as amended, but Michael Washington is recognized.
Thank you, my illustrious horseshoe guest. Well, Central Urban Development Incorporated. Fine time for you to meet me up under such auspicious circumstances. Now then, conceptual development. What entail does that mean to us? That means I can add on or decrease it. Because as the gentleman to my left here, closest to my left, Mr. Jordan just spoke about, the design in and of itself does not mean as necessarily is as it appears to be on page. Now, of course, this is not it itself. It's just a demonstration. Now then, everybody knows that the zoning codes, fire marshal recommendations means nothing here in Oklahoma, because if that were not true, then that county doggone jail would be down within the code, zoning code, as well as fire marshal recommendation, wouldn't it now? So let us all understand that we all understand that process, how it works. Now then, we have a gentleman, a great judge. I believe it was in 1755. Don't quote me on it because I may be incorrect. It was Sir Oliver Wendell Holmes who stated, even a dog knows the difference between being stumbled over and being kicked. And I have to be one of those who understand the difference here. This conception, this is the first time I heard it. All the time I've been coming here, it's always been, oh, this is our design. We want 5,000 here, yard, that's 10 feet here and all that. Now it's conceptual. Watch this one. Because it's conceptual, listen, and we're agreeing, voting it in to be, this leaves room for us to become larger now. Instead of 5,000 feet, we want 10,000 now. Because it's conceptual, remember. Oh, and by the way, I got enough friends with friends benefits who then in and of themselves going to probably vote for me. Why come it just can't be the exact design as we see it like anything else? Why? Because I didn't realize I needed more space by the highway. I didn't know that we were going to need plumbing over here. Come on, man. This is a farce. I am for any developer doing as they will.
30 seconds, please.
But not to come in at the disregard of the public who lives there now. We all know that it's all about moving back over to a space that once belonged to you in 1966. Now, I'm saying in European culture, again, I have no hatred. That's not in my resume. But I'm saying, don't move me out for the purpose of your own self-gain and perfection. Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back.
All right, thank you. Now we're on the vote. Please cast your votes. Passes 7-2. All right, let's see, where are we now? That was item D, so we are on item E. This is an ordinance on final hearing, recommended for approval, rezoning 4300 North Post Road from AA to PUD 1927. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay. I want to suggest that we all look up municipal codes and what they mean and how we define them, because clearly that just allowed them to get whatever they wanted out of this instead of us being able to regulate what we needed for our residents and our neighbors. So with that being said, I don't have any questions for this, so I will go ahead and move for approval.
Oh, and Amy wanted me to know that there's a comment here. It says easement requested but not received, and it has been since received. since the development of this agenda. Okay, we have a motion to adopt. Is there a second? We have a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item F is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 5525 Northwest 16th from R1 to SPD 1423. Councilman Cooper is not here. Did he leave any word behind? Maybe we'll come back to it if we're still here. Okay, we'll skip that for now. And item G was previously deferred, which brings us to item H. This is an ordinance on final hearing relating to menacing or dangerous dogs. This had a previous presentation and then a previous public hearing. No one has signed up to speak today. Does the council wish to proceed? And Councilman Cooper, we'll come back to your item in just a second. We're kind of in the middle of H now, so let's handle that first.
I'll move the item.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, well, now we're back to item F. I already described it. Councilman Cooper, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, however, Mr. Work, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a little bit of context for your work here with the neighbors to be helpful.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilperson Cooper. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304. I am representing the applicant in connection with this SPUD. This is essentially an infill project. This is a 2.5-acre tract. It's located at the northeast corner of Northwest 16th Street and Purdue, just a couple of blocks east of MacArthur. There's an existing 6,000 square foot building on this property, along with, it fronts on 16th Street, and then there is also an existing residence. And essentially what the project entails in connection with this proposed rezoning is to have that existing 6,000 square foot building be used for church purposes, and then there will be 6 additional residential lots that will front onto Purdue, single-family residential lots. Your council memo notes that there is a protest, but that protest is no longer present based on some amendments that were made to the SPUD since it was originally filed. The original request contemplated an event center use for that existing 6,000 square foot building, so that raised concerns among a number of the residents of the neighborhood. So after working with the Windsor Forest Neighborhood Association and other residents of the area, we determined to remove that proposed use and have that building be used for solely for church purposes, that existing 6,000 square foot building, and then provide for the development of the balance of the property with these single-family residential lots. So with that, with those changes, it's my understanding that the Neighborhood Association is no longer objecting, and that none of the area residents are objecting. So we would request your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thanks for walking us through that backstory. I'll also just note from my perspective, this was a new part of Ward 2 because we used to only go up to Meridian. So I knocked doors over here, and on 19th Street, if you look at the northern boundary here, when I was talking to some of the residents there, they expressed concerns, right? And specifically, just to kind of applaud Kelly here, they expressed concerns about a fence that had been temporarily erected right there at 17th and Purdue, and that it was blocking the sightline as kids were going to school. And I sent a video to Boyd in our council office. He reached out to Kelly, and we were able to get that fence brought down to a height that made it safer for everybody. And I think stuff like that went a really long way to garnering the trust of Windsor Forest residents. So I really just applaud Windsor Forest residents for their patience and their collaboration efforts, and applaud Kelly as well. It was nice to see everyone kind of come together in this way. So with that, I would move for approval.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's how you do it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you all.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, actually, yeah, sorry, I ended up splitting these up a little bit, but H and I were related to each other. I is an ordinance on final hearing, also dealing with menacing behavior in dogs and dangerous animals. And this is the third meeting. We can adopt this as well. We have a motion. Is there a second? Got a second. Cast your votes.
Good job. It's a wash.
Passes unanimously. Okay, item J was previously deferred 6 weeks, which brings us to item K. This is an ordinance on final hearing establishing 60-degree angle parking within a setback parking area on the east side of North Chartel near Northwest 25th. Councilman Cooper?
And no one signed up to speak, so I would move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item L is also a traffic issue, ordinance on final hearing establishing a reserved parking space for the physically disabled near Chartel and Northwest 25th. Councilman Cooper.
Same song, different verse, please.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item M is an ordinance on final hearing, amending ordinance number 26851. This relates to the amended and restated Downtown Maps Economic Development Project Plan, et cetera. This was the second of 2 meetings, so we've already had a presentation on it. So the council could adopt if they so please. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, items N and O were previously handled, which brings us to the public hearing regarding an ordinance relating to restrictions on game fish. Amy, did anyone sign up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
All right, so we will close the public hearing and advance to item 11Q. This is the public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
They have not, and so we will can advance to Q2, the resolution declaring that structures are unsecured. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11R1 is a public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
All right, so we can advance to the item found at R2, declaring that the buildings are abandoned. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item S1 is a public hearing regarding the resolution approving the allocation plan for the federal Home ARP program. Maybe we'll return to that as soon as we have finished the presentation on item S2, which we have scheduled.
Jared Shaded, he's one of our homelessness program coordinators, is going to give a presentation on this great opportunity for the city.
Yes, I'm Jared Shaded. I'm with the Oklahoma City Planning Department, Community Development Division. I do oversee homeless services for the city. I'll make this brief. This is an allocation, a special allocation of a program we typically receive annually called the Home Investment Partnerships Program. Now, that does allow us typically to invest in development of affordable housing. Being this special allocation is targeted directly towards homelessness and low-income housing, which means that it's focused on housing that, say, would fall within 30% of area median income. Now, for a single-family household, that's around $17,000, $18,000 a year. And it also has the possibility to set aside funds for services. In order to receive the funds, we have to develop an allocation plan, and we have to go through a process to develop that plan, which requires us to meet with certain service providers and other organizations, which we did. We've gone through a consultation process and also a data gathering process. Luckily, we had already done our affordable housing study, which provided a lot of information for this allocation plan. That did indicate that affordable housing, I don't think, was not a big surprise, particularly the lower income range of 30 to 50% of AMI was a significant need. Particularly in the 30% of AMI range, they were found to be the most highly housing cost burden up to about, usually that means spending 30% of your income on housing. People in that range overall were found to be spending largely sometimes 80% of their income. So the determination was to break out this funding both to add in toward development of affordable housing and other services and operating costs. This is a total allocation is about $8.4 million. $6 million of that will go towards development of affordable housing, and another $2.4 will go towards rental assistance, supportive services, and then also operations of the program. That's essentially the gist of it, and this is due at the end of the week, so this is basically our public hearing, which is part of the final process we have to complete this plan, and once we're through with this, then we can actually submit the plan to HUD, and we should know whether we receive the funds within the next 40 days. Any questions?
Thanks, Jared.
All right, thank you.
Jared, sorry, real quick. How is this different than what we just did with the Housing Authority?
What we just did with the Housing Authority was the MAPS funds, the allocation of the MAPS funds. This is a completely different program and really is allowing us the opportunity to get additional funding for affordable housing.
So this will be added to?
Not necessarily that one. There'll be a different process for the selection on how those funds will be used.
Will we get that report after the fact?
If we're awarded the funds.
If we're awarded this, will we get that report?
If we're awarded the funds, we would come back with contracts with how we're going to
Yes,
distribute
well,
the funds.
this has to go through a full RFP process like any other project. It doesn't go directly to anybody. It is a separate program, and so we have to actually go through the process to allow people to bid for it and then contract for it.
Perfect, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Are the requirements of the program that it be a government entity that provides the services?
No.
Thank you.
So are we now voting on S2?
Well, I was going to ask Amy about S1 real quick, if you don't mind, but you can add. Do you have questions for Jared still?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I just didn't know the
Amy, is
procedure.
anyone, I usually like to have the presentation and then we make sure there's no public hearing participants. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak on the public hearing regarding this item?
No, they haven't.
Okay, now we're done with S1 and we're on S2, and if there's no other discussion or comment from the council, we can vote.
It's wondering what it can do.
All right, here we go. We have a motion.
Second.
Second, verbally. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11T1 and 2 are related. Why don't we hear the presentation first on this item that is a resolution amending the previous resolution regarding our fire sales tax.
Yes. Chris York, our budget director, is here to give a presentation on this amendment to our resolution for the sales tax, for the fire public safety sales tax.
Thank you, City Manager. Christian York, Budget Director. And so the item today is an amendment to the Public Safety Sales Tax Resolution that Council approved back in June of 2022. Just as a reminder for our residents, Council approves a project list and a budget for any public safety sales tax dollars we intend to spend throughout the year. And this amendment today would increase a number of those projects, but there's really two driving themes behind the increases. One is the significant number of firefighters that are retiring out of service. To give you some perspective on that, we typically see about 30 fire recruits enter a class to backfill those exiting firefighters. And over the last 3 classes, we've seen over 60 recruits per class. And so many of these increases are just related to paying, equipping, and training these additional firefighters, or these replacement firefighters. And so, as an example, with Exhibit B, our firefighting tools and equipment project going from $4.69 million to $6.19 million. That's going to be to purchase personal protective equipment for those fire recruits, and also increase our contingency line item in the project to give the department a little bit of breathing room for the remainder of the year. Inflation has increased cost on a lot of these products. Likewise, in Exhibit E, our advanced life support project going from $100,000 to $300,000. These firefighters are graduating the academy and then needing to take paramedic and EMT training. And so that's what those dollars will be used for. Exhibit H, our fire recruit overage project, it goes from $1.56 million to $2.56 million, and that's related to, or that project allows the department to get ahead of the curve a little bit, hire in some firefighters, get them in the pipeline prior to those positions opening up, and then having to start a class and so forth. Exhibit I is that other driver that I referenced earlier, and that's going to be for capital maintenance repair at our fire facilities. There's a number of needs out there. A good example would be roof replacement at our fire stations. And so that will increase from $1 million to $2.5 million. So the overall increase today is $4.2 million. And again, we will bring this item back to you on April the 11th for further consideration. And then if you have any questions, be happy to try to answer those.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, any questions for Chris? If not, Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under item T1, the public hearing regarding this proposal?
No, they haven't.
All right, then we can advance to T2, the resolution. This, to be clear, is being introduced and set for a final hearing on April 11th.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 11U1 is a joint resolution of the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust approving initiation of litigation for damages in excess of $75,000 against Lakes at Timber Ridge, Jason Johnson, Corey Emmert, and M&M Ditching, etc. And executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. I think Councilwoman Peck said something. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item V1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Horton v. City of OKC. Staff has not requested executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item W is a claim recommended for denial. Item W1A, executive session is not requested. motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Much to the clerk's relief, that concludes voting for the day. We now are at item 12, comments from council, Ward 1.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Amy, do we have those pictures? Thank you. I got some pictures this last week from the Nichols Creek neighborhood. They decided to participate in the neighborhood cleanup that our Neighborhood Alliance tries to kind of put on. And I just wanted to tell them thank you very much for all of their hard work and their effort, and kind of show some of these kids and their folks that out picking up the trash and cleaning up their neighborhood, and just give it kind of just a big shout out to the efforts that they put forth, and thank you guys for doing your part in Ward 1. That's it.
Thank you. Ward 2? Ward 3?
Just like to take an opportunity to thank the citizens of Oklahoma City for paying for a trip to the National League of Cities Conference over the weekend to represent our city in Washington, D.C. We had an opportunity to listen to speakers from all over the country, from cities of similar size and larger and smaller, and hearing a lot of the same opportunities and challenges that our city is facing, and a lot of creative ways to solve them. So I'm excited to bring back some ideas and some new grant programs that are out there and available that I haven't heard us talk about. So I'd like to visit with somebody to make sure we're, enjoying as many of those as we can possibly get our hands on. And I hope everybody has a great week. Thanks.
Thank you. Ward 4? Ward 6? Ward 7?
Yes, I just want to reemphasize again the decision that had been agreed upon, that we really look at what these uses are in these use units in relation to different developments, because we have just allowed this developer to now do what they want as long as they meet a requirement of 1 to 15 as far as their pavilion and all of the uses that they have asked for, which is very disappointing. Because those are the things that we can control as far as this council is concerned that we did not. And I'm taking a land use controls class currently, so it's not as if I'm not paying attention and understanding what these uses can and cannot do. I wanted to make mention of the Tree of Life celebration for Martin Luther King Jr. It's going to happen on April the 4th at the state capitol at 6 p.m. And the reason it happens on, I guess you would say, the south side of the Capitol, there was a tree planted there many, many years ago in honor of Dr. King, and we gathered there around the same time this year, April 4th, to commemorate the legacy of Dr. King and the influence that he has had not only on our nation and internationally, but clearly in his work as far as influence in Oklahoma City. And also was able to be a part of the celebration and 60th anniversary gala for Pastor John A. Reed Jr. on this Friday. And Pastor Reed has been an instrumental part of civil rights in our community and being a part of just the spiritual aspect of our city for 60 years at one church. And that is unprecedented for one pastor to be at a church that many years serving. So that is a historic person, and it's unfortunate that we have to speak names of folks, and for him, there should be a day in honor, in recognition of his accomplishments for this city. Not only literally, he is known across this country as Pop, as even having sons in the ministry that are now leading congregations all across the nation. But that's the influence of Pastor Reed. So I wanted to say again to Pastor Reed, thank you for your service, and 60th anniversary to him. 60 years is a long time, and I know he's still not tired yet.
All right, that brings us to item 13, citizens to be heard. We have two who have signed up to speak. Joy Reardon, followed by Ronnie Kirk.
Hello again. Joy Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th, may be interested in on March 30th at 5 p.m. By the Capitol. It's a march to basically try to get the legislators to stop vilifying basically our communities. Stop the culture wars. But earlier in the meeting, when they did the presentation of the money thing, I don't think too many people recognized at the very top there for the ARPA funds, $5 million went to the State Fair for their new Coliseum. And in last meeting 2 weeks ago, y'all voted to give them even more money. Why is that? There's an increase of $100 and something thousand. I don't have my thing from last meeting, but that's what it was. I mean, if they want to have all these nicey things in that there, won't they kick in some money? That's what y'all keep saying about these funds. What if they want all this nice stuff and everything? Let them kick in some money. Put some skin in the game. Because I won for, however you say it, as a citizen and paying taxes and everything for this MAP 4, if they want to increase their thing, let them put some skin in the game. Put some money into it. And quit begging the city, along with the housing keeps begging for money and everything for a project up in Creston Hills that they ain't even started.
30 seconds remaining.
I would like, along with Councilman Nice, would love to find out what kind of progress they've made on that. And the other thing was they had two, whatever it was. Let me look right quick. It's going to take me a minute. I didn't get a picture of that. But their whatever it was about the Creston Hills and Oak Grove and all that, Project 1, Project 2. From 2019, we've been promised a new building. Our building is literally falling down. And what they said, y'all went and toured the buildings or the facilities or for housing. Which ones? Was it Reading? Was it Danforth? Was it Candle Lake? Or was it Jeltz, McGuire's, Andrew Square, Classen, Towers? Maybe y'all should come down. I'm inviting the...
Joy, we're over time. And
okay,
one
more thing and I'm done.
No, you're done now. We gotta get moving. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Well, the whole deal is you let them others have overtime.
I let you have a whole 2 minutes over your time just now, Joy. Ronnie, you're up.
I invite all y'all to come down to the towers and take a look.
My name is Ronnie Kirk. My address is 2328 North Missouri. Years ago, some of y'all weren't even born yet. We had 3 police officers work the Northeast community. Scobie, Parks, anything. But today I come to represent the mom and pop liquor stores. Mr. Mayor, at the last meeting you weren't here. No, some of the people are just as old as I am. Everybody's going through some type of mental crisis. Everybody. Some things you don't need money. Money is not one of the most important things a person needs. The state has already prospered and going into the future. The mom and pop stores that's been in business 40, 50 years, they don't need no more stress on them. You know, kids getting killed every day. 2 days ago, 3 kids got killed. People don't need no more stress on them. You know, I cry every time I look at the news. You know, y'all know I care about kids. When an adult is shot by some of these things they're getting shot with, it blows a hole in them. A kid, them babies, it could blow their head off. So take some of the stress and all the things that are going on around the world. All people want is just some justice, something so simple. You know, I know why Jesus Christ
30 seconds, please.
cried on the cross. He could control pain. But the hardest thing for the people in power to give the people justice. So give us mom and pop stores a little justice. We ain't got time, too much time left. The senators that want to put liquor stores in all the stores, y'all go down as a group of one and help our people out. He don't care about the people. He just want to make money for the state. Y'all represent us. And I want to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Yes, sir.
All right, that concludes our agenda. We have reached our final item, adjournment, and we